Okay, how's everybody doing? Good to see all of you. And I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I am excited for today. There's so much happening today. We got a build. Ah, yes, the build. We got a build that I'm excited to run around with a little bit. Optimize field tests. That's feeling really good so far. But also, I'm gonna play some Godfall probably after stream. And yeah, Kevin, I am excited for that. It's a good day. It's a good day. So, I hope you're doing great. This cat is being extra cat. Apologies for the somewhat slow starting soon today. I was just moving slow to get my coffee. I don't have an excuse. I'm vibing today. I'm relaxing. I'm comfy. Attention all critical claws. Claw has a skill that boosts crit chance. Yeah, so let me get the clickbait out of the way first. Clawbringer is strong because it's weird. It's strong because there's some skills that work in really interesting ways. And I'll talk about it a little bit. Now this is all still very preliminary stuff and needs double, triple, quadruple confirmation in some areas, but I'll let you guys know what's what. But anyway, New Mexiben, Avari, Yakumers, Foster, Peter Panda, Hazel, Viper, Brucey, the Forward, Mr. Mevo, Pris, Strawberry Sinju. I hope you're all doing great. So, this is a Clawbringer. Clawbringer shouldn't be strong, but spaghetti gonna spaghetti. There's some interesting stuff happening. Wolfie, how you doing? How am I? I'm great. I'm great. How's my morning? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. My coffee's good. I'm feeling energetic, which is why I'm live a little bit early. But things are good. I have to look at attention all splash modes. Just find the second sentence. Hurt myself for that. Your dedication to your craft is unreal, Priz. Let me toggle my chaos mode first, so I have the loot luck thing sorted. Enjoy your lurk, Rager. I appreciate you. Clawbringer is good because it's weird. Knew there was a reason to say Peter Claw main. Yeah, there's some stuff that let's say works in unexpected ways. So you guys know how crit chance is kind of a new thing we're dealing with in Wonderlands. It's not something that most characters had real access to before, and definitely not universal access. So let's talk about awe. Let's talk about awe. After dealing fire damage, the Fate Maker gains increased critical hit damage for short duration. After dealing lightning damage, the Fate Maker gains increased critical hit chance for short duration. Now, those two conditions are actually somewhat picky about their damage sources. There are some things that will not trigger awe. I don't have a comprehensive list prepped at the moment. Like I said, this is all very preliminary, but some others in the community have tested the skill a little bit and had some interesting results. So, it's not as easy to trigger as it sounds, but it's still easy to trigger. So at 3 points, it's 15% crit damage and 33% crit chance. Based on some early stuff, the speculation was that the crit damage here was post-add, which if you're familiar with BL3, that's the same kind of lesser crit. So that kind of put some people off the skill to start with. But the crit chance there is not operating the way a lot of other crit chance seems to. Now, I'm going to repeat the disclaimer. This is all still very early, so weirdness could change and testing could contradict the stuff that's going to be dropped here. But this chance seems to be potentially additive with the base. What that means is that you see your base crit chance of 33, aw, might it increase that to 38. But not in the hey, 38, and then you get the multiplication. It still is outside. I'm trying to explain this in the most simple terms. So take your normal crit chance stuff, and then any of these final values that you see, you put 33 on the end. Yes, phone, I am live early. That is what it seems like. Now, crit chance is a difficult thing to test, and I do want to get some more people on it testing-wise, but suffice it to say, playing a little bit with awe and playing a little bit without awe, I was like, why is everything critting all of the time? What is happening here? So, yeah, I figured I'd just key you guys in on something that just kind of alarmed the shit out of me very quickly. Requires more testing. I like to be very transparent about these things. I'm not entirely confident in my testing because this is scary and it should not work this way.
Behold my stuff.
But yeah, so awe is just, if it works in the way that I suspect, what Aaron said right there, Clawbringer is the crit character, if it works that way. Now, there's a few other things that this can tie into. The first thing, you can get awe on armors, so you can get 6 out of 3 awe before Butt Stallion buffs. Yes, Butt Stallion can also decide to buff awe, so you could be running around potentially with like 11 out of 3 points in awe, which sounds crazy, but in terms of your spec, you could actually pretty easily end up with that 6 out of 3 in awe for very, very, very consistent crits. And that sounds pretty nice. Another thing is, it's important to consider with these crit chance things, and I see a lot of people downplaying the impact of crit chance boosts for things. Not every situation and not every source is able to, hey, just aim for the head. Some things are not going to crit for you without a workaround, whether that's higher crit chance, whether that's from the shadows. You know, sometimes you can't crit on certain things. A great example is dots. You can't apply a dot to a crit spot. It's going to crit based on chance, or it's going to crit based on from the shadows. That's it. So this is a lot of crit chance. So in this setup that is not spec'd for dot damage in the slightest, other than I have elemental boosts, my dots actually hit hard. And yes, she's Claw Capstone in this, and it works out pretty well. Morning, Jester. How you doing? Good to see you. What mag size are we looking for on the body? I was looking for 2s. 2s. So, let's go in.
Think you can make it?
Do a quick normal run. Boss Sabo crit dot build win. You know, I remember before launch, I was theorizing that maybe Claw would have a use in dot builds because of Dragon Aura, and Dragon Aura is great for that, but awe. So if you looked at that dragon statue, you noticed that the volume of crits I was hitting was so high that my liquid cooling didn't heat up at all. Not even a little bit. Just none. It didn't get any heat. Which immediately is an indicator that, that's a lot of crit chance. Because that wasn't a crit spot. Hey Stacy, how you doing? Good to see you. Also seems like it'd be done with a handbow. Yeah, like this could get crazy. Any Clawbringer doubters still in the chat? Because awe is a thing. Clawbringer's where it's at. So the thing with it, Stacy, is that Clawbringer on the surface, it doesn't seem like it has much going for it, but it's one of those classes that's turning out to have just some very unconventional mechanics in terms of how the skills... Like, the skills will read like normal things. Like, for example, Dragonor, it just says elemental damage. Well, this seems to be a separate attribute that doesn't work like other elemental damage, which means it's its own thing, which means it's a huge damage bonus. Awe does not seem to function like normal crit chance, which means you get much, much more value out of it. So it's things that on the surface, they look like they would behave in one way, but they do something else. So Clawbringer's just like, hi, I'm just stealthy. It's just sneaky about its power. But the thing about Claw that isn't sneaky that I see people understandably downplay based on some bad pet experiences from previous games, the Wyvern Companion actually slaps really hard. Like, the Wyvern does work. It's just very good lingering damage. Think of it like having a status effect active all the time. So the same kinds of things will help you, like, you know, your elemental boosts, your crit boosts, all that stuff. It's just like having an extra dot. So it's really good. Paladin's the sneakiest class, the irony, yeah. Feel the same with Berserker. Hi, I'm a badass. Berserker is awesome because it's just very complementary to any playstyle. I love that about Berserker. Back there, that's awkward. Concentrated Magical Barrage would probably be a pretty strong dot. Probably. It's very high base damage, so I'd imagine so. We're definitely doing raid bosses in this run, chat. This build has the damage. Hey, CZ, how you doing? Like to call it the spinning ballerina of death? Appropriate. Why Graveborn is a secondary? I'm glad you asked. So, Graveborn has utterly insane survivability options. It's got Sanguine Sacrament as one of the best heals in the game. And then I've got Faithful Thralls for some global damage. I have 2 pet class feats, so I'm always going to have, as long as my pets are alive, 2 stacks of Faithful Thralls. But I also have Dark Hydras, so that's another potential 3. So good consistency on there. Graveborn also has spell cooldown, spell damage. I'm using a spell that actually works out to be pretty powerful, so it's a good way to increase that aspect of my kit. I'm wearing an armor that gives me points into Blast Gasp, which is incredibly powerful damage delivery from spells. And also, Graveborn has Dark Pact, which increases dark magic damage. I'm using Corrupted Plate Mail, which converts part of my damage to dark magic. So 30% of my damage gets the 20% boost from Graveborn. Helps offset the loss a little bit. So looking for a body, I got a volatile one. Very nice. That's a find. That is a find for sure. Searing Tether, sure. Yeah, I'm just kind of passively looking for those in general. Multiple times where I'm in Save Your Soul without enemies and Wyvern actually kills something in distance. Yeah, Pico, it slaps. Let me catch up on chat a little bit, because I'm so hyped. I'm enjoying this. I don't see why you build with a capstone on a cooldown that does self-damage quag less than 24 hours ago. I mean, it's true. Opinions change after you test it. And a big part of being a build crafter is accepting your L's. Being like, yeah, I was wrong. I underestimated this. Or, yeah, I was wrong. I overestimated this. I'm very transparent about that kind of thing. Clawbringer's been a journey for me. At first, I was like, this is terrible. Then I was like, actually, it has potential. Then I was like, well, this doesn't look good. And these things change, right, Kevin? See, Kevin agrees. Any worthwhile quest rewards? I'm actually using one right now. Mayonnaise. Vorkanar's Cog always rolls these stats. Always fire damage, Clawbringer power, all damage. So you can get it as a chaotic or volatile and just make those stats bigger. It's just a good damage option for Clawbringer. There's also the Wyvern Ring that gives fire damage as its unique effect. That would be good on this build as well. The Last Rites shotgun is surprisingly very, very good in mobbing. It ricochets to enemies. Very nice. Very good for conserving ammo and like a liquid cooling if you want to consume shotgun instead of pistol or SMG like everyone's doing all the time. Fortunately, I think I'm done with Wonderlands. The amount of RNG that goes into getting an endgame build now is just too much time required for the casual. Never felt so up against the odds in other Borderlands. I understand where you're coming from, Bakewell. I'm hoping that in the first patch, whenever that might be, that they scale back a couple of the barriers to getting the items you want to put together for a build. Particularly in the enchantment department, I understand that's a huge source of frustration. I'm hopeful that in a patch they're willing to cave on that a little bit. So personally, I would say if you can stick it out a little longer, or at least while you play other things, keep an eye on the state of the game and see if and when they address these things. That would be my 2 cents there, but I totally get where you're coming from, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong. Go through the full build real quick for a fellow Clawbringer enjoyer. Is it cool if I do it after the run, Danish Redneck? If I do it in the loot room? Like the color of your hoodie this morning, that's all. Hey Remy, this is the Wonderlands hoodie that they sent me. 2K sent me. With launch, came with a bunch of other cool swag, so shout out to them.
I wonder what the gods think. So many skills and everyone else so
The Graveborn for the healing, very nice. I just used Sanguine Sacrament to get a lot back. And then I barreled myself in the face. They could at least cap the enchantment cost to 4K if they want a middle ground. That would be a start. I would personally be a little more extreme even. Ooh, that's a Hydra Fragment raid. Yes, please. I would do even more to overhaul the system, but that would be a start. Saw Jolt said he's not going to do public playthrough because of loot luck and lack of dedicated drops kind of sucks, but I hope Gearbox hears our feedback. It's, there's certain types of gameplay that, have been affected by certain creative decisions. Now, personally, I'm not a huge, themed playthrough person. I've done some, but they were kind of set up in a way that I didn't need to do dedicated drop farming that much if I didn't want to. So certain kinds of playthroughs are just currently a bit harder to pull off than some people would like. It's difficult to please every voice in the community, especially when there's some conflicting feedback from different sections of the community. Like, you'll have some people saying, hey, drops should be really, really difficult to get. And then they do that, and then another section is like, wait, hang on, we didn't mean these drops. And I'm not necessarily saying anyone is wrong in that department, but I'm saying, look at it from Gearbox's side, where it can be very difficult to try to please everybody. And we are still before the first patch. Wow, Butt Stallion just gave me 2 to awe, chat. There we go, 5 out of 3 awe. That's gross. It can be hard to take all that feedback into account at once, so I'm still optimistic about patches. Hey Grumpy, how you doing? Off topic, but if you use Ambihextrous, does that ever count as an action skill? It does not, Remy. It does not. Someone who loves grindy farming, I'm in the camp that likes the feeling of finally getting something after lots of farming. See, I'm kind of in the other side of things, Hunch. I believe that drops should be accessible to everyone in a reasonable period of time so that they can get the items that they want to experiment with and get to the experimentation stage faster. That's how I feel about it. I'm a builder. I'm a theory crafter. I want to get the item because the item is the means to an end, not the end itself. So I'm a proponent of higher drop rates in general, of all types, in all situations. I just think higher drop rates is better. That's just me. That's just my opinion. Biggest problem, golden dice not being global. There's too many of them. To get all of them, you need to complete a lot of side missions. I don't really have enough time to do all that multiple times. I do see your point about the side missions. I think that it is a little bit frustrating that it's not quite streamlined on subsequent characters. Like, I just don't bother with the dice much in general. I prefer to get to the gameplay, and if I lose some loot luck, oh well. I don't care that much about it. Chaos Chambers are pretty forgiving about loot distribution, so I don't feel as affected as I could. But I do see the frustration with, if you wanted to just go right into, hey, I'm going to level this character, then I'm going to get my loot dice, then I'm going to go do Chaos Chambers like I want to. Well, there's this huge detour of, hey, you have to do these super specific quests. Like, I get the frustration there. I do. I don't feel strongly about it personally, but I understand it. Me too, is going to keep a lookout for positive patches. Last draws over this week, put 200,000 crystals in the armor bunny with over 30,000 loot luck. Only got 1 Hunter's Amalgam. Even then, only had 1 in the skill I needed. 3 pad passes. Just sat there at the end, even though literally made no progress. I'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I understand that, Bakewell, for sure. It's similar to... Class mods were similarly difficult to farm in Borderlands 3, but once again, going back to the point of conflicting feedback, a lot of people in the community were like, it's so easy to get anything you need in BO3, and it's like, you ever gone for a specific role class mod? No, they hadn't. So now we're in Wonderlands where armors are kind of in the same vein of class mods for acquisition ease of getting specific roles, you know? But Gearbox does listen to feedback. That's not me being a shill. I'm sure someone's thinking it. It's too early for me to consider it a lost cause yet. At least in my opinion. Does loot luck affect Chaos Chambers? Yes. Yes, it does into the Borderlands. How you doing, by the way? Honestly agree the drop rates should stay as rare as they are, but I think making another character trying to collect 260 dice again just seems repetitive and unfun. Yeah. I think that for dedicated farmers, at least, the system works fine if you only ever level the one character. Because if you have your shrine, your loot luck gear, all of the dice... on one character, then farming dedicated sources on the character is fine. Honestly, it's pretty forgiving. More so than a lot of previous games. But if you don't, that's when it's like, hang on. So I do get it. I do understand.
Hey, when you're saving the world, power gaming is... Thunder Dragon's might!
These ice spike spells are so satisfying. Just snap and enemy dies. Nothing else to it. I'm doing raid bosses, so I'm gonna buy the ammo capacity. Just as a point of advice, if you guys plan on doing like, if you start a run, you're like, hey, maybe if I get the Maker, I'll do the Maker. Just pick up the ammo capacity upgrades on the way. It'll make your life a lot easier. Mod check enemies. There you are. I adore the Impaling Ice Spike, it's great. So I have a theory. I've been getting a lot of Vorkanar with this on. Now, it could be a really weird coincidence, but I've been getting a lot of Vorkanar with this on. go. Bye, Vorkanar.
I'm gonna take a breather. Ha-ha! Just like I planned.
Do we expect a substantial patch before DLC 1 drops in 2 weeks? I expect we'll get a patch with DLC 1. Because, you know, the content will have to be patched into the game. That's a smart armor with gun damage, melee crit chance, ability crit chance. That's trying. It's got 3 in blast gas, but it's definitely worth picking up. Drop the volatile rarity? What do you mean, Andrea? The liquid cooling heat was literally 0 that whole time shooting him. Well, a big thing to remember is Vorkanar's crit spot is just, like, free. He's got so many of them. A lot of builds are going to have that experience with liquid cooling on Vorkanar. But other bosses, it can vary a little bit. We don't need mechanics. We could just do this. Honestly, it's fine. It's fine, chat. Everything is fine. Clawbringer's bad, by the way, you know? Just can't do damage. Just no damage, really. Easy. Watch someone do only Clawbringer on Chaos 20, people don't give enough credit. It's really important to remember that, so the context of Clawbringer bad is rooted in some truth. Because there were people who, myself being one of them, hey, Chaotic Body Room, nice. Who's like, hey, Clawbringer seems to be the class that requires the most investment, is the least immediately powerful, and has some things I'd like to see worked out in the skill tree. That is a lot more complex of a sentence than you can't do well with Clawbringer. But content creators said one thing, and then people try to summarize in a very short amount, and then you lose the meaning. You lose the meaning. Clawbringer can do damage, it's just the one that you gotta look the most into. Spell Shot, very surface level. You know exactly what you need to do to get damage on Spell Shot. Same thing with Greyborn, same thing with Berserker, same thing with Stabomancer. Spore Warden is a little less direct, I suppose. But then you have Clawbringer, which doesn't seem to have much damage. But it's there, it's just hiding. As for the skill tree and spec and stuff, skill tree wise, we go all the way down to Claw Capstone, because Storm Smite, with Awe and all of the bonus elements and everything we've got going on, does good damage. And it is good damage distribution in mobbing, which is important for applying status effects, for our dark magic healing. It's important for stacking up damage that we can deliver with our fish through our Echo Hilt. Morning Skill of Death, how you doing? So yeah, we go max Oath of Fire, because it's a good gun bonus element. 2 and Oath of Thunder to get down the tree a little later on. This is less impactful, but it does something for us, whereas Radiance and Dedication really don't. We go max Rebuke for tankiness. Max Dragon Aura for damage. 1 point here in Blastomet's favor. It's not a good skill. I'll be completely transparent. This is one of the things people are talking about, and they're like, hey, maybe change this about Clawbringer. This skill just kind of, it's bad at tracking enemies, and it doesn't do damage. It'll maybe hurt weak enemies, but it's, like, not good. So, this is just to get down the tree, because it's an amount of damage. Firebolt, really good. This 8% gun damage is not quite what it seems. It's still not hugely impactful for a skill point, but it's not as minimal as it seems. But the Firebolt attack from the Wyvern is really good. Storm Breath from the Wyvern is also really good, and this gives us a decent chunk of damage reduction. Hey Jamie, how you doing? Pupty, hope you're well. And then Friend of Flame, 1 point to get down the tree. 20% damage on the Wyvern's actually kind of significant. You could change things up and go less Rebuke, more Friend of Flame, honestly. I just haven't bothered with that yet. We've got 3 out of 3 Awe. Well, we've got a little more from Butt Stallion, but Awe is the damage skill for a Clawbringer. So if you're playing a Clawbringer, you either want Awe from your skill tree or Awe from your armor. I would say pretty safely that every Clawbringer setup, you want to do this. You want Awe somehow. It's that good. It really is that good. And then Indomitable for some nice survivability, a little bit of extra situational damage. And as I said, Storm Smite is good for mobbing. And, you know, since we're throwing our hammer and we're already down to Awe, it's good value per point if you're down here already. Now, depending on your second class, you can choose to go down to that capstone, and then that does leave you in this tier. And then you wouldn't be missing out on that much anyway, because you'd be getting value elsewhere. How are you? Doing well, doing well. You rank the pets in this game? Wyvern, followed by Demi-Lich, followed by Mushroom. Then over in the Graveborn tree, we max Faithful Thralls, because, you know, damage. We have 2 Immortal Vessel to improve Dark Magic efficiency just a little bit. I deem that more important than Essence Drain, because my cooldown already feels fine, but, you know, those 2 points are pretty much to taste. Then max Dark Pact, we're using Corrupted Plate Mail, so we're constantly doing some amount of Dark Magic damage. This gets value. Max Sanguine Sacraments, the best healing effect in the game. Max Dark Hydras for Faithful Thralls purposes. And we've got 2 in Ascension to boost our spell damage. We took Ascension specifically for spell damage. Now, you can, again, customize to taste. If you don't care about your spells, you can put it over in Harvest for more companion damage. Now, noted, Harvest is buggy and can sometimes stack in weird ways, so I'm avoiding it because I want more clean gameplay. But it's an option. You could also go Dread Covenant instead of one of these points if you want a little more survivability at the expense of your Demi-Lich from time to time. But it works. Then hero points wise, max crit damage, max crit chance, and I put the rest in spell cooldown. Inventory wise, I didn't use anything but the liquid cooling this run, but you know, I got a liquid cooling. ASA damage dealt on that. I've got a salmon with dark magic damage and echo. I've got a body rune with action skill active elemental damage, and an ice spike, an impaling ice spike specifically with action skill active fire damage. Orkanar's Cog for more fire damage, Clawbringer power, all damage. Mood Ring with gun damage. Shotgun crit is pretty nice there. Spell crit damage is very nice. You want crit damage passes on your rings on Clawbringer. And then I've got a championship ring with ability crit chance, ability crit damage, dark magic efficiency, gun damage. Then Corrupted Plate Mail, Graveborn, Clawbringer. This combination of classes is good because it boosts both of my class power outputs, but also gives me points in Blast Gas. But there's other class combinations you could go here. You could go with whatever you need to get Awe. You could go with whatever you need to get more Faithful Thralls, Dark Hydras. There's flexibility here, but I like Corrupted Plate Mail for a little bit of survivability and more diverse status effects, which is a large number of crits over time. And Impaling Ice Spikes just do good damage. Yeah, that's the build. Playing a Clawbringer Stabos status build, and it's super fun. It sounds like an Affection Warlock. It sounds like it'd be super powerful, honestly. How am I doing today? I'm doing well, Crook. How are you? Is Iron Squall worth it for Burst Stabo gun build? I'd personally say there's better things for a gun build, Kazmatas. Fire rate is nice, but Berserker's got so much good stuff in the tree that you're losing something else somewhere to do that. For the voices in the community that are calling for a level cap increase, no one with a platform, but casual players who believe themselves to represent the entire player base believe it. Those of us who are versed in build crafting and who have played several of these kinds of games know that more skill points would hurt the build economy in this game. Just straight up. Jolts has said it, I've said it, Lazy said it, lots of others. It would not be a good thing. A YouTube video on this? I'll probably make one. Crit in Wonderlands really sounds like how other games usually do crits. Almost everything about how the best to play around them seems more tuned to crit stuff rather than Borderlands. Yes, and it's a really good thing. I like it. Really good thing. Thanks for going through the full build. My pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad it could help. Same, I feel like having 2 capstones on builds would make every build broken. Yeah, Stamp Dog. It would be insanely just... it would devalue your choices because you'd have enough skill points to take everything good in a tree instead of having to pick and choose. And player power would spike in a way that would ensure that the game would never be challenging again, ever. More classes wouldn't hurt, though. It wouldn't, and luckily at Dragon Rage, they've already confirmed we're getting at least 1 new class. The season pass, they've explicitly said we are getting a 7th class. We don't know what that class is, we don't know if it's the only one we'll get, but they've said we're getting at least 1 more. So that's good. I don't know what to roll from here. I guess we go Amulets, because this Vorkanar's Cog is just kind of a temporary one. I'd get more out of, like, a joint training. Do I have a joint training on me? I don't. A joint training with good rolls, I think, would be the play. But it'd have to be really good. Honestly, I agree strongly. Most capstones are hell strong. We probably don't need that. Think about this, for example. If you were able to take Berserker Capstone and Graveborn Capstone, Graveborn Capstone makes it so casting a spell automatically activates all your kill skills, right? Berserker Capstone is a kill skill that increases action skill duration and reduces action skill cooldown by 20% every time you do it. So, like, you just get both of those, and you hit a spell, and nothing you do has cooldowns anymore. That's just not even playing the game at that point. That's the kind of thing that double capstones would enable. Blaze of Glory is trying. It really is. Status effect damage would be really good here. Lightning damage isn't bad. Graveborn power is good. But the loot luck roll. I don't love the loot luck roll. Has the content team heard anything about the DLC coming out very soon? We would not be able to tell you if we did, Rager, but no. I don't know any more than you do. Hey Blueface, how you doing? Another Blaze of Glory. Mag size. Is that a double roll mag size, or just did I get fucked? Take it. Hey, joint training. This is what I was talking about. Fate Maker critical hits increase companion critical hit chance by 80% for 6 seconds. Companion critical hits increase Fate Maker critical hit damage by 30% for 6 seconds. The Wyvern crits a lot. So getting one of these with, like, Clawbringer power, fire damage, would be really, really good for us. Blaze of Glory and Indomitable work together? Yes. So, Indomitable will stop you from going into Save Your Soul on a cooldown of 2 minutes. Once you go down, Blaze of Glory kicks in. So, you can use them both, yeah. Got a Frost Chaotic Banshee yesterday. Nice, Coordinate Empathy. Very nice. Volatile Bradlock. Max Luck is currently 49,000. Very nice. Skeep with that's double status effect damage roll. Taking that. Kind of a hassle to sort through all these loot rates to find the one just dropped. Yeah, there's some tricks, but it's still very, very annoying, and I'd like to see a vendor added in here. They could add a vending machine just like right there. You just sell the stuff you don't want. Easy. Or I suppose a more radical solution I had was, what if instead of all of the bunnies being on the outside facing in, you just like knock out these walls, expand the room a little bit, and then you put all the bunnies on the inside facing out, so that each individual bunny makes its own pile instead of, like, let's say you're hitting this bunny and this bunny, they vomit into the same spot, so like eventually you can't sort through them. No, it's just a thought I had. What's your best method for high crystal runs of Chaos Chamber? Elite rooms take curses for your first... Do extended runs. Take curses for your first 2 to 3 rooms if you can. Hit every elite room. Do every bonus objective. Always take crystal rooms over loot rooms or butt stallion buff rooms. You can end up with pretty comfortably like 7, 8, 9k solo in an extended run. Without raid bosses. With raid bosses, you get even more. That's assuming you are very strict about hitting bonus objectives, though. Always make sure you do elite rooms for the obelisk rooms, which would be every 3rd room. Because killing elites in an elite room just gives you more. Crit chance at the moment, not counting awe. 8.4 base. My spell crit, 52 on card. Melee, 14. Status, 8.4. Ability is 9.1. Gun is only 8.4. Yeah, so for guns it's 8.4. So awe is definitely doing some fucky. I just want to mark trash before pick up. Yeah, that'd be nice. Tend to hit all side objectives except for melee. I don't tend to do the sacred ground ones because I have no attention span. Runs with viewers? Not today. I hadn't planned on it, but soon, TM. Soon, TM. Before I do viewer runs, I kind of want to have a build for each multi-class that I really like so that I can just rotate through them as I play without, like, trying to figure out a build while hanging out with people. That makes sense? You alternate between your class power and a stat. The menu doesn't flicker and go away, if you didn't know. Alternate between your class power and a stat. Huh. That's a good tip. Thank you, Legendberries. I did not know that. Good shout. Good tip. Actually huge.
Hey, hey! There's my little beast of burning.
It's a really strange workaround, but it works. Spares your eyes. That it does. That it does. And thank you, Yosa, for mentioning that as well. I appreciate it. Spent half an hour in Brighthoof testing Hydra Companions, and they seem to be going with gun damage. I'm literally so confused, because everything I've seen said they don't. Which Hydra Companions exempt? The ones from guns? The ones from chucking your Furiors? Because yes, those will scale with gun damage. Others shouldn't, but, you know, stranger things have happened.
Nothing like a job well done.
That's a smart armor. Spellshot Greyborn. All damage. Yeah, I'll take that. That's a good one. So the thing about smart armor is, yes, mathematically it's going to be devalued compared to things like Amalgam down the road, once we have more gear. But for now, smart armor is great to get your foot in the door. Consider the armor cuts your crit chance in half in favor for 50% crit damage. Yeah, so smart armor is good. I use it on my Stabo Greyborn melee build because I run from the shadows. Eventually, just an Amalgam is going to be better. But I also like Corrupted Plate Mail here for helping my dots. I get an entire extra kind of dot with this, and I get a little bit of healing. Also, because I'm spec'd into Dark Pact on Graveborn, situationally, that conversion is a damage increase. Very situationally, but it is a thing. Show how you build a Berserker Stabo gut build when you have the time. Honestly, it's pretty straightforward. Just take the damage stuff in Berserker down to the capstone. That's what I would do. And yeah. For Clawbringer, it should be great as Awe doesn't care if the 50% less crit chance. Yeah. I consider Corrupted Plate Mail, like, very high tier for Clawbringer and Stabomancer. Or not Corrupted Plate Mail, Smart Armor. Just the minus crit damage plus crit chance one. I'd say it gets a little less value on other classes. but definitely if you're a Claw or a Stabo, or both, it's gonna give you good value.
Will my wonders never cease? Probably not.
A lot of incorrect info circling about companions then. Yeah, some people are not well versed in testing these things. Additionally, sometimes it is hard to test these things. And there's a lot of people just trying to help who are not necessarily spreading misinformation. Shit's complicated. Come to think of it, Stabo's feat wishes it was Awe. Yeah, like this cements to me that Stabomancer's class feat is the weakest of all 6 class feats, and it's not even close. Stabomancer's class feat is just kind of dog water compared to the others. Mostly unsure what Stabo skills to use. Is Potent Poison and Elixir worth it? Or don't want to get move speed damage? I would focus on putting your Berserker points first, getting to that capstone, because that's going to be hugely impactful. And then you fill in with any damage skills you can get that would apply to your gunplay. After that, from Stabo. What's Stabo's feat? It's a 30% crit chance. But that crit chance is a multiplier to your base. So it's 30% more crit chance of what you have. Let's say you have 15% crit chance. You know, Stabo's going to give you 30% more of that, so less than 5 more percent. Meanwhile, Clawbringer, you spec Awe, and it's just like, here, have all of the crit, all of the time. So you take Stabo for reasons other than the class feat. If you wanted to just add crit chance to any build, instead of multi-classing Stabo, what you would do is multi-class Clawbringer, and then get Awe from an armor piece. You get plus all points on armor? You can. Let me check the spreadsheet. Let me see which class combination it is. Awe is Spell Shot primary, Clawbringer secondary. So if you get a Spell Shot Clawbringer armor, that rolls Awe. Is there a command for that sheet? I don't know. It's pinned in the Discord. I don't know if there's a command for it. I don't remember my commands. Make that look easy. I gotta work out and hands start hurting just trying to finish a Chaos 10. It's definitely an acquired skill, chosen one. I spend a lot of time doing just endgame content in the Lands games. I would do takedowns for hours in Borderlands 3, and Chaos Chambers kind of scratched that same itch for me. Pigwort. Forgive me, Pigwort, for I have sinned. I'm sorry, Pigwort. I didn't mean it. Pigwort's a fucking raid boss, chat. He's so tanky. Ugh, that was scary.
Welcome back, my
Pigwort doesn't give a fuck about your damage. He really doesn't. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. And non-binary pals. Pigwort versus Son of Witch, who wins? Pigwort, every time. And an additional time. Thank you, Kyler. Am I trash using pixies to destroy everything? No, not trash. Doesn't make it trash. I personally just don't enjoy having the gameplay itself for me. And I don't like using the most immediately obviously powerful thing. That's why you haven't seen me play, say, Spellshot Graveborn. But everyone's got their different preferences. So, at the end of the day, the correct approach is the one that you find fun.
Come closer so I can congratulate you properly.
That was an awkward position to be in. Honestly, just do it until I hit max chaos. So the thing with that is, I don't advocate taking shortcuts to max chaos, because if you try to use the shortcut to get there, and then change once you're there, well, guess what? It's harder. Because you don't know what's what without the shortcut. It just makes you more dependent on it. That's why I'd say the struggle to Chaos 20 is important. It's just my opinion. Now, where is it sending me? Over there? Okay. Made the command yesterday. Did I? I have no short-term memory. Or long-term memory. Just any kind of memory. It's not something in my... I didn't put skill points into memory. Let's put it that way. Everybody in their ways to play the game are as valid as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else's play. Well said, Affection Warlock. You'll occasionally have someone who takes pride in going into someone else's public lobby and being as disruptive as possible, and that's not very nice. And you can feel free to play in any sort of way you want to in your own game, as long as you're allowing other people to enjoy themselves. That's the important bit.
Wanna cross blades with the best, do ya? That one's mine! Don't touch the loot! Ready to talk!
Let's use last rights for a bit. The shotgun's fun.
Wait for it! You absolute savage! I love it! Back at it!
Oh, that was fast. This gun's really good at mobbing. Pretty multi-class then. This is a Clawbringer Graveborn. Hey Gambler, how you doing? Memory space preserved for lands data. True, Urban Mech. True. Oh, I got a dot on myself, and I don't know from what. very hard to aim with this moat above my head. Let me get rid of that. Playing on controller, mouse and keyboard. Mouse and keyboard. You can tell by the clickety-clackety. Stop skating around, you're not Pigwort. No, I wasn't paying attention. The fire moat, friend. I'm just trying to use last rites and my aim's bad. Is there a consensus that Graveborn spell shot's one of the most OP for endgame? Funny because that was the combo I picked my first playthrough and I went to this game blind. Yeah, it's just got insane application of damage for 0 effort. Just the skill synergies there. Scary things. Scary things. Big beauty mark. Off-brand. Like it. Run Clawbringer Berserker. I thought about switching it up to something else. Clawbringer Berserker is a very powerful combo as well. So the thing with Clawbringer is that it's, the damage is just kind of hiding. It's in things that you, surface level would maybe underestimate. And it's one of those things that Clawbringer needs the support of another class, and Berserker is a really good supportive class. So they pair very well naturally. You can pair other classes with Clawbringer for sure, just you might find that the gear requirements are a little more intensive. But it absolutely works. Is that an ammo one? Yes, it is. Is there a way to turn down aiming sensitivity on mouse? Yeah, there's some menu settings. Mr. Adblock, thank you for gifting a sub to Wuggentug. I appreciate it. Spore Warden's Claws Great, for example. Yeah. Spore Warden's got some pretty natural synergies with ability damage related stuff. And Clawbringer has some ability damage stuff. Works out well. Oh, my homies love dogs. Water. Go. We got green. We can do green. Man, water 2 electric boogaloo. It do be like that. Totally random. When you're in the character creator, there's a thing called slider overdrive. What's that? It allows you to move certain sliders farther than reasonable proportions would allow. So you could have like an even deeper or higher pitched voice. You could have even taller or shorter character. You could have a nose that's the entire width of your face, etc., etc. Cool. Thank you, you're very welcome. Where's sparkling water? There we go. Yo, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Yoso as well. 240. Fucking legend. Thank you. Suit of Dark Hydras. If I remember correctly, that's bugged and doesn't let you have more Hydras above the cap. If I remember correctly. That Storm Smite damage was not bad. I don't have much for ability damage right now. Like, what is my ability damage? I have none here. I have no ability damage enchants. I have none from my skill tree. My myth rank ability damage is... Where is it? It's in this one, right? 1. I have 1% ability damage in my entire spec, and Storm Smite hits that hard. So I need more ability damage. Those 2 Faithful Thralls. So we're running around with a 5 out of 3 Awe, 8 out of 5 Rebuke, 6 out of 5 Dragon Aura, 8 out of 5 Dark Pact. Oh, Bust Stallion was kind today. We eating tonight, chat. Gonna try one life run through of all the campaign today. What class combo would you say has the best survivability for an average player? I'd say Graveborn Berserker for that, personally. Any build list? I've not constructed something like that yet, Chris, so soon, TM. That's fine, Zomboss. That is genuinely fine. Cool. some raid bosses. Is sprint shoot talent from stab any good? Yes, the evasion is really good damage mitigation. You have a chance to just not take a hit with that. It's really good. Thanks for the response. You're very welcome. We'll flex on blue again a little bit. Do we do a no mechanics blue kill just to be a bully? Stop doing mechanics. You're a Borderlands 2 boss now, Gloop. You don't have mechanics. You stand there and take it.
Back in business. That one.
I'm just doing this to be an asshole to the boss. You're just BMing? Oh yeah, I'm just BMing. Just flexing. Nothing to see here, just Clawbringer not having damage, am I right? So all good, all very good. No mechanics, Gloop. I said no mechanics. On something you like for melee setups, the Bad Egg Shield has hidden buff and depletion regains player 35% bolt melee damage on top of the dark magic. Ooh, spicy. It'll be hard giving up body rune survivability, but I'm willing to try. Yeah, get fucked, Luke. Also, this is no Buffmeister. It is.
Focus on that one.
It's far.
I'm spacing out the pops here. I don't want it to enrage too quickly.
I'm pointing!
That's fine.
Daisy?
Have ammo yet? Oh, we need to kill more. I need more SDUs on this character. It's becoming a real problem. I'll take the death for ammo. Not playing Burr. Not playing Burr this time, African Cat. Doing this boss ignore mechanics brings a tear in my eye. You can absolutely do it, Styles. It's pretty simple. Now the only reason I didn't have enough ammo for Bark was because I BM'd Gloop. But that's fine. It's fine. See, we have ammo now. Time to BM Bark. Oh, hi Bark. You're a dick. Okay. Now I'm really gonna fucking BM you. Also, peep the heat on the liquid cooling. It's just not moving. Yeah, I'll blame Bark spawn camping me for that one. Wipe for DPS? Yeah. That's what you get for burning ammo skipping mechanics on Gloop. It is the game telling me I'm a dick. Hey Carmen, thank you so much for the Prime for the 3 months. Bark, haha, killed them. Gotcha. No cooling, just liquid cool. True. Alright, Bark, don't do the thing. How much you want to bet Bark is going to do an attack as soon as I go through? You ready?
Good morning.
Shit. There we go. See? Liquid cringing. See, Micro, the thing about that is I don't like to gatekeep weapons. And if I'm gonna be a hipster about it, I was one of the people pushing liquid cooling back when people were saying the only thing you could use to clear this game was a Spriggan or a Nightshade. These things go in cycles. There was a solid about 2-3 days where people were adamant that you had to use a ×4 cryo SMG and nothing else had good DPS. Well, then liquid cooling got popular. Now Torg stickies are getting popular. Liquid cooling isn't as overpowered as people think. It's definitely a little overpowered. Use liquid cooling tool, I just like making fun of things. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's definitely over-tuned, but I don't think it needs a large decrease. Just like maybe some sort of limiter on the legendary effect. Something like that. I don't know. In 2 weeks, something else is gonna be OP. Right. Like, we're what, 2 weeks out from game release? There's no way we've discovered the best of everything, you know? Remember, Borderlands 3, we were finding new things about launched stuff 2 years down the line. Why don't anybody gatekeep a weapon or looter shooter that's entirely PvE based? So the PvE thing has no bearing on that. Just don't gatekeep in general. Additionally, the implication there that you're making is that balance does not matter in PvE, which it does. But that's a separate point from just don't gatekeep. You'd have it like a cooldown. Yeah, I think giving the effect a cooldown would be fair. Because that would leave it pretty much untouched in mobbing. but it would force people to actually learn how to boss instead of slap on liquid cooling if you can't boss, you know? Need that first patch? I'm looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it. When making builds, what type of things should you look to build around? So basically find a mechanic that you like. A vehicle for delivering damage that you enjoy. So let's say, do you want a gun build? Do you want a companion build? Do you want a status effect build? Do you want a melee build? Do you want a spell build? Do you want a build around a specific action skill as a source of damage? Figure that out first. And then you branch out from there. You look at that thing and you're like, okay, how does that deal damage? Like, let's say Storm Dragon's Judgment. There's a lot of stuff going on this card, but the important things are, okay, the way the cooldown works, I can refund it immediately to spam it. Faster than most action skills. That lets me deliver the damage often. Which kind of damage am I delivering with that? Okay, that's the melee. So I'm getting a ranged melee hit that deals lightning damage. So you would build around lightning damage, you would build around melee damage, things that trigger from dealing melee damage. Because it's so spammable, you have lots of action skill start effects you can use. Things of that nature, you know, and it kind of snowballs from there. Morning, Soccer Chick. How you doing? Here to continue my morning routine of watching the homie nerd out. It keeps me saying thank you. Hey, my pleasure. I hope you're well today. You like the obelisk trophies? I love them. Yeah, they're cool. You just pick up every crystal. They auto pick up when you go to the next turn. They auto pick up. They do auto pick up. 4 to 5 second cooldown means effect do nothing really. It doesn't, because it would mean that, let's say you're in mobbing, and you shoot enemy here, you shoot them a couple times, they're dead. You got the effect there. And it takes you, let's say, 1 second to acquire another target. You shoot that one. By the time you get to the third target, the cooldown's almost up, so then you get the heat back on that one. So it would make it so it still overheats, but you're still overheating far less than another Skulldugger pistol for, you know, way more damage still. Taking that because that's a 160 crit. And he made good use of pincushion. Still working on it. Still structuring ideas for pincushion. Been wasting my time like that. Me too, Chosen One. I only found out a couple days ago. It was like 3 streams ago. Drop rate ratio of melee weapons to guns is so annoying. Is it serialable? I've not noticed a huge imbalance, but maybe it's because I haven't really been paying attention to that. Do be something with Prime though. Oh, thank you, Micro. I don't have. Where's the alert? I see the badge showed up now, but I don't have it in the chat. But thank you, Micro. If you just Prime subbed, I appreciate it. 4 to 5 second cooldown and overheat as much as a basic COV 1 to 2 seconds? No, because here's the thing with that, Styles. Basic COV pistols don't refund any heat on a crit. Whereas liquid cooling, even on a 4 to 5 second cooldown, is refunding heat every 4 to 5 seconds. Therefore, every 4 to 5 seconds, it outpaces the other one. Like, that. I mean, maybe you're being a little hyperbolic, but, like, it would be faster than a basic pistol. Or would be slower, rather, overheating than a basic pistol. It wouldn't be anywhere near what it is now, but I think that would be a better way to balance the gun. Think about, for anyone who played Borderlands 3, think about how they balanced the ion cannon. So the ion cannon came out with DLC 1, the Handsome Jackpot, and it was extremely popular. It cost 1 ammo per shot, and people were just slapping it on any build, infinite ammo, just fast charge, one-shot everything machine. So how did they balance that gun? They didn't lower the damage at all. what they did was they increased the ammo cost, they slowed down the charge speed, and suddenly it became a weapon that people used situationally rather than for everything. They give liquid cooling the same treatment. I don't think the damage of the gun needs to go down. I think there needs to be limits in access to the damage. Not all COV overheat at the same rate? Yes. But guess what? None of them have the liquid cooling's effect.
Nothing like a job well done.
Purple are also still very good. Yes, none of them have the liquid cooling's damage. I know the idea of nerfs are scary, but trust me when I say that there is no way that the liquid cooling isn't extremely high DPS even after a nerf. Like, they would have to absolutely hammer the thing, and they're not going to do that. They don't do that. I can count on one hand the number of times they've completely killed an item with a balancing change from Borderlands 3's lifetime. I can count that on one hand. And guess what? The amount of times they've toned things down, bigger than that number. There are hotfix today? I've not heard anything.
If I'm here, then that means...
KSN nerf was a good one. Gun's still good. Well, the KSN got buffs over time. At the time, the KSN nerf was questionable. But the item was not killed. Good examples of nerfs in that game, the ion cannon, as I mentioned. The face puncher, the fish slap. Both of those were just reined in ceiling-wise. They nerfed several anointments, which were still top-tier anointments after the nerfs. They just lowered the ceiling. Love me some lower ceiling with a circle around you. That's the Clawbringer's Dragon Aura. Gearbox not care about modding, I doubt any serious nerf would ever come. So, it's... I don't know if it's not care of Ari. I'm sure they want their creative vision to be respected while they're still releasing content for the game. Fish Slap was nerfed, doesn't feel it? Exactly, Jamie. They nerfed the Fish Slap by about 40% damage, and nobody noticed. And what that served to do is make it a little harder to get the fish to do the crazy things it was doing without investment. So, like, you're still gonna want boosts for it in a spec that intends to use it. Now, it's still incredibly strong without that, but they lowered the ceiling. That's what that kind of thing does. It made other options in a variety of setups a little more even footing. That's the kind of balancing that Gearbox at least tries to do. Now, they don't always get it right. For example, the Gold Rush in that game was absolutely just taken out back and disrespected. For whatever reason, they were afraid of the Gold Rush. So, it's case-by-case basis. Oh, fire dots. Gold Rush got old yeller, it did. It do be like that. Stop hiding from me! These zombies are hide-and-seek regional fucking champions. Morning, Kirk. How can I get more status effects for my Saboteur exploit their weaknesses? Different melee weapons can help you out there. Diamond Guard Sword increases your status effect damage, also does a random element per hit. Running anything with a caustic hilt does that. There's a quest reward pickaxe, I believe it's called Frostburn. And it's a cryo weapon that deals a fire dot, so you can apply 2. Yeah, you got choices. Most broken class as far as damage goes. In terms of raw damage, Soccer Chick, Spellshot Graveborn is very easy to just get high damage numbers for basically free, with no effort, no player input really. Spellshot Graveborn is that combo. It's the low effort damage. Other combinations can do very high numbers as well, but they tend to require a little more setup. Zombies are hide and seek reach fucking champion. It's true.
Oh, hell. Get over
Spellgrave? Yeah, Blast Gasp. You get the most spammable spells from Spellshot, you get the most spell damage from Spellshot, and then you get Blast Gasp from Graveborn, along with Graveborn's healing and global damage bonuses, which Blast Gasp is then gonna double dip. Like, that class combination is scary.
Ah, crap. More bad guys means more work. Rowdy with a chance of pain.
I think my favorite melee so far is the Ragnarok. Mine would be the Banshee. I really like that it's well suited to mobbing, and also the feel of swinging greatswords in this game is really good.
I believe there's a Kevin near
Pet
you.
the pet. I can pet the pet. Do I have a Kevin here? I do have a locally sourced free-range Kevin. It's a cat. Really enjoyed the TDR. No, it's not called that in this game. Is there a legendary one you should be looking out for that's fun? I really like the Gluttony Bruce Kits. It's a pistol, dark magic element. Whenever you throw it, it halves your health. Like, so it'll bring you to half, rather. It would be more accurate to say. But it's one of the Dagger Storm delivery ones, so it does very high burst damage with a little bit of sustain over time. The Gluttony is very good to keep an eye out for. I think I have one on the save. Yeah, it's this one. This one. Locally sourced and free range. Damn, Kevin's living the life. I don't know what hit me. Those lightning chains that the Wyvern sends out, really good damage delivery. Just applies a bunch of dots, crits a bunch of times. Like, it's really nice to have. Stream highlight? What am I highlighting? What's happening? What'd I do? You got the Volatile Banshee you're after yet? I have not, newbie. I don't even get chaotic ones very often. My Banshees seriously need upgrading for that build. When I found a non-chaotic Banshee that had higher damage, and just better parts in every area than mine, I was like, oh, my Banshees suck.
Fucking cast again! Dr. Dragon! Die!
Oh, yeah, that. Okay, yeah. We'll do. Hey, Carter. Barrels, seriously? Yeah, they do. Barrels do not fuck around in this game. Do wish my throwable hole would reroll enchants. It's probably not a great gun anyway. Character I don't know, is not built for it, to be fair. I wouldn't write it off as not great yet. But I would like more items to be enchantable. Most of my gripes with this game, honestly, just have to do with the enchantment system in some way. Funny how that works out. Alright, crab, you can stay in the ground, I guess. Elite Evil Eye Crab. Oh, okay. The game really doesn't like me. These things are fucking nightmarish. They're super fast, they're super tanky, they do so much damage, they're aggressive. Ugh. Crabwort. Spell that throws barrels? Yes, but those barrels do not do self-damage. Pretty nice. Curse and Evil Eye is the worst? Yeah. Curse ones are at least a lot more passive than Evil Eye. Evil Eye are just like, I'm gonna fuck you up now. What is the key to killing cursed crabs? Cry. Cry and keep trying. Pretty much it. It's a good ice spike. Does that compare to mine damage-wise? Not even close. Why not? When I got a full setup, I was on 10-year-old wireless Logitech keyboard and shitty headset before. Ooh, congrats. At what level is it actually worth target farming? Personally, in my opinion, never, because I don't like target farming over Chaos Chamber farming. I don't find resetting one enemy to be interesting gameplay. I never have. So I much prefer things like this Chaos Chamber structure. That's just me, though. So in my opinion, I could have, you know, 100,000 loot luck, and I still wouldn't like dedicated farming, because I never have. Ooh, new banner. What kind of cast run you're doing? I don't remember if this is normal or extended. I think this is normal. Got me hooked to only rolling shotguns at the bunnies to find a good body rocker. It's painful sometimes. Would a sigil with hydras have any use? Yeah, hydras are good. Sigils are good. Any cool interaction with spell crits? Damage? Damage. That's fine, Bark. Ooh, that dot lasts such a long time. I did not move fast enough for that. Yeah, that's my bad. Wait, so is the entire arena just gonna be those when I run back in? Do I need to hang out for a second now? Arcane Bolt refunds cooldown on crit. Yeah, that's a thing.
My faithful minion.
Warning Stump. We finally uncover Clawbringer's secret strength. Yeah, it's a skill that works in a interesting way. Alright, so Bark's gonna fuck me as soon as I go in. Yup. 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 Fuck you, Bark. That's so toxic. 90 minutes till Godfall. Stoked, Viper. I'll be playing that later today. New Godfall content? Yeah, new update today, Mr. Adblock. Huge update. Literally toxic. Yeah, Yosa. I'd like to get a maker run on this build today. Maybe we'll keep doing extended fish for that. Bark is by far the trolliest boss I've ever made. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're rolling melee weapons because I do want a volatile Banshee for my melee build. What's the update patch note? For Godfall? Viper, is it convenient for you to link that? I don't think I have it open right now. We have a Godfall channel in the Discord. Some of us talk about it a lot, so it's there. Pickaxe with Vampire is actually really good. You can swing this thing super fast. But sure, at the same time, nice slug. Chaotic Peg Leg. Rampage. Meh. Rampage kinda sucks. Like, anyone else just get bummed out when they get a Rampage hilt? I'm like, oh, this could have been good. Chaotic Banshee with Archmage, non-elemental. We'll take it anyway, though. Smart Armor, double Laser Hand, could be good, yeah. Laser Hand is fun. I like Laser Hand. Oh, I bought a volatile green greatsword from a vendor today, chat, on one of my mules. It was like 1500 damage for a green. Craziness. Hey, Ivan, how you doing? Rampage should have some crit damage bonus associated with it. I would like to see that. Because, like, compare Rampage to the other hilts. Archmage and Ancient are cooldown related, so they're great. Vampire is both health and ward, so that's great. Warrior is melee damage and damage reduction, so that's fantastic. Caustic is great for dots. Echo is Echo, so it's lovely. And then you've got Rampage, which is like... okay. What does Volatile do? Just more stats beyond Chaotic? Yes, Darth Vexus. Chaotic is equal to 2 character levels of stats, and Volatile is equal to 4 character levels of stats. Let's go out to Brighthoof. I think I can afford my next pistol STU. I think. So let's go for that. Hey English, good to see you. How you doing today? Rampage, you mean Quampage? But yeah, Stump, to answer your earlier question about finally discovering Clawbringer's power, this is something people have been speculating on for a few days, and it's the Awe skill for Clawbringer. It seems to be, I suppose we should call it post-ad crit chance, would make the most sense mechanically. But basically, it's a flat crit bonus from Awe. So when this is active, it's 33% crit chance. It's exactly that? Okay, cool. So post-add crit chance, meaning it doesn't get multiplied in with your crit bonuses, such as from your dexterity and everything. That stuff is all going to multiply your 5% base. But then after that whole calculation is done, Awe gets added. So what this means is my crit chance here. See, my spell crit chance is 52.8. That's after all the formula calculations. Well, Awe is another, big number on top of that. So what was my Awe value on this right now? 33. So yeah, if we go into here, add the 33 to the 52.8. That's my spell crit chance. So I'm actually running around with fucking 86% crit chance on my spells. Is it a bug? No. It's just how they coded the attribute for the skill. So Awe is insanely good. I see Remnant Orbs in this build. It's not really Remnant Kirk, because the skill sucks. Like, Blastomate's Favor is bad. It's a ×5 Nightshade with full auto. I've not gotten a full auto ×5 Nightshade yet. Hey, that's a Ludite, but it rolled melee damage down there. No. It was close, though. Explains why my non-capstone Clawbringer works so well. It worked up to 2 Awe points. Yeah, you can get 3 Awe points from your skill tree. You can get 3 from armor, and it is one of the skills Butt Stallion can give you. So, Clawbringer is the critical class, chat. If you're trying to hit more crits, Clawbringer. Not Stabomancer, Clawbringer. Alternatively, you could do both, but Stabo's not going to be doing nearly as much of the work there as Clawbringer is. Well, more pistol ammo. We now hold 1100. How much is the next upgrade? 4.3 mil. Okay, we got a ways to go. Let me equip my loot luck before we fast travel back in. What's your Gloom skill setup? I can show. Weird question. What do you do to avoid carpal tunnel? Nothing really. I've just been lucky, I suppose, Urban Mech. I've just been lucky. Yeah, I've never really experienced any carpal tunnel-like symptoms or anything, and I suppose that's surprising considering how much time I spend with a mouse and keyboard. But I've just been lucky. In terms of amulet here, I really do want that joint training, the more I think about it. Because, like, imagine if I had the stats on my Vorkanar's cog, but on this joint training. I've always got companions out, because I've got the Wyvern, the Demi-Lich, and Dark Hydrus. Got a Volatile White Rider and ×2 Liquid Cooling last night. Let's go, Loki Legend. That's sick. So my skill tree setup on this. Awe is the most important thing in this entire kit. Awe. We also go Claw Capstone because it's fun and decent for mobbing. Sanguine Sacrament is the best heal in the game as well. Dark Pact is maxed here because we're using a Corrupted Plate Mail, which converts some of our damage to dark magic, including the stuff from over here. Yeah, interestingly, most of our damage in the setup is coming from our Claw tree. How do you change your armor? So your armor is determined by the armor you have equipped. You can change the colors and textures of it in the customization station, but the actual physical appearance of the armor is what you have equipped.
chaos dust.
Nothing like a job well done. Just get warmed up.
That was a fast room. What the hell? That was good. Well, nerf my dots. I hate doing that, but... What's the loot luck bug people mentioned, by the way? Which one? Which one? On your first load into an area, your loot luck is not applied. So, when you're first booting up your character, you want to change maps with your loot luck gear equipped to actually get your loot luck active.
Wanna cross blades with the best, do ya?
Hats off to one of that's designer for the class building viability. Absolutely. Feels good. That was damage. Also a barrel. Also water.
Was that it? Come along now, my little emperor.
No, no, no. Dot, don't do it. I'll just sit down and figure out what a Clawwarden build looks like. I'm assuming a lot of crit damage focus. Yeah, you'd assume correctly, the insane thing. Clawbringer is the critical character. Not Sabomancer, Clawbringer. Because of that, that very high tier skill, Awe. Gives post-add crit chance. I picked the wrong one. I accidentally bought 2 boons there. That's fine. Use the crit chance damage armor? I am not. I'm using a corrupted plate mail for dark magic element conversion.
Trust me, friend, you don't want to stick around.
Do we do yellow? Yeah, let's do yellow.
Magic time! I need dead. Stupid cooldowns.
It's a pretty fast run. I probably shouldn't have hit yellow. Because that'll probably cost me, like, top speed on this one, but that's fine. We might still get, like, Dragon Lord for the boss. and that'd be slow. Come on, check enemies. Zombies hiding. Always the zombies hiding. I just slammed a crystal and got launched out of the map. Now I'm forever in freefall. That happened to me a couple times, yeah. Amusing bug.
Call the town crier. To your head. Spell, yeah.
I just picked up something and I don't know what it was. Is it fixable? You can ground slam to get back down at the map if you're still above it. Or you can find a way to die. That'll also get you back in.
Oh, you can do better than that. Sure.
Totally missed the explanation of why post-side crit is better than Stab-Mancer crit situation. So Stab-Mancer crit is a multiplier to your base. So it's 30% more of whatever you have. So at base you have 5%. So 30% more of 5 is not a large number. But with Awe, it just, after that other calculation, independently of that stuff with the 5 times 1.3 that I just explained, Awe just takes its value and slaps it on at the end as an addition. So instead of giving you a multiplier of 30% more crit chance, Awe at 3 out of 3 adds on 33% crit chance. And you get more than 3 points in Awe. You can get 6 points from skill tree plus armor, and then you can get more from Butt Stallion mid-run if you're lucky. So Awe is the single biggest crit consistency increase in the game that is not named from the shadows. Gaming moment. How you doing, Scrum? $70 hey, Era. Yeah, I'll be playing the Godfall update later today. Oh, barrel. Rip fast run. That's fine. Don't you have to use fire or lightning damage to trigger it? Yes, fortunately, tier 1 of the tree, you take a fire bonus element. Tier 1 of the tree, you take a lightning bonus element. Tier 2 of the tree, you take a source of lightning damage. I'm using an action skill to deal lightning damage. I have fire bonus elements. It's not hard to trigger at all. So it's fire damage for the crit damage, lightning damage for the crit chance. Not hard to deal lightning damage. There's lots of powerful sources of that in this game. You could spam an Arcane Bolt spell, you could use a Live Wire. Some people would say, just use a Buffmeister. That's not my speed, but it's a thing you could do. And of course, if you're using Claw's actual kit, then it's very easy to trigger and happens naturally. You have Vorkanar a lot? I do. I was saying that. Like, I'm wearing Vorkanar's cog, and I get a lot of Vorkanar. I don't know if there's a connection there. Could be tinfoil, but I feel like I get a lot of Vorkanar. Really feel like Pickaxe is hiding some tasty spaghetti. It's not really hiding, Moonface. You can take a Pickaxe, and since it attacks super fast, you can spam it into an enemy with a bunch of attack speed increases and get a cooldown back instantly. One of my builds, I run an Ancient Hilt Goblin Pickaxe, and I use it to get Reaper of Bones, which is a 50-second cooldown, get it back in about 5. That was unfortunate placement. It was very rude. There we go. Maybe I will. My butt, my business. Toxic Maker. 14 minutes with the Yellow Boss, extended run. That's pretty fast. That's pretty fast. Guess I should keep rolling this for a joint training. I want a volatile joint training with fire damage, Clawbringer power, and all damage dealt. I don't think that's too much to ask. That's a skeep. Not a good one, though. Okay, you gotta want a Thurge, that way the bunny drops a joint training. Shit, true. Alright, give me a Graveborn Thurge. Nope. This build is fun. It's really satisfying seeing Storm Smite do this much damage. And this is without ability damage. I cannot stress that enough. I don't have ability damage increases for Storm Smite right now. And that would be huge. So, like, I suppose a Warp Paradigm for spell damage into ability damage would be good for that. But I don't have that much spell damage. I have... At max from Ascension, I have 40%. So that'd just be 20% ability damage boost, but that'd be a lot. And that would apply to Rebuke, that would apply to Blast in its Favor, that would apply to Storm Smite, that would apply to the AoE of my hammer. It would apply to Blast Gasp. And use on a hotfix, I've not heard anything. Check, see if I missed anything. No, I've not heard anything. There was a Mimic Room? Yeah, it's rare, but it's there. Hey, that rhymes.
Come along now, my little ember.
Do I have anything I can reroll? Because I'm not capped out on Moon Orbs yet, but I'm getting close. Oh, this Fragment Rain. I could get something useful on the Fragment Rain, because I can chuck Hydras out from this for Faithful Thralls. So let me do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Clawbringer go Burr. Yeah, Black Panther. Clawbringer has the most consistent crits in the game out of everyone except for someone using From the Shadows. Two normal runs. I want to go speed. When are you going to join the Hammerzerker cult? I played some Hammerzerker, and then I decided, hey, what if I had Blast Gasp on these ice spikes that are always critting? Also, Sanguine Sacrament's healing from Graveborn, super helpful. And because I'm using a Corrupted Plate Mail, and Graveborn is the one with Dark Magic Boost and Tree, it seemed natural to just go that route. But Hammerzerker are also very good. A big thing that Hammerzerker would get over Gloombringer is Blast Chill on the Hammer Throw. And that could be very strong.
I don't know, not die.
Not enough hops. It's close though.
stuff.
But you don't have blast gas, do you? Blast gas on my armor.
Impossible, I'm too good.
Fuck you, son of a bitch. I love the weather effects that some enemies inflict. Like, that's cool. Some of them will start a rainstorm, some will start a sandstorm. I really like that. It'd be cool if that was like a map modifier you could take as one of the Dragon Lord curses. You know if the runes are complete RNG? What do you mean, Seth? Complete RNG in what way? Cast Chamber's so fun, forgot there were other classes. It do be like that.
Never stood a chance.
Like in a chaos run, are you sure to get all the runes? These? It's random. Now, in chaos trials, it's fixed. In features runs, it's fixed. But in other runs, it is random. +2 to Sanguine Sacrament? How much healing is that? Wait, it said +2, but it gave me 1. Maybe some skills are, like, hard-coded to have limits. That's interesting. But 20% per second, 40% heal every time I cast a spell.
Now it's a party.
That's balanced. All the runes appear unfeatured? I do not know, but there's some Chaos Trials that do have them all. Off the top of my head, I want to say 1 and 4 have all the runes. Yeah, the boss sigils.
Does anyone pay attention to Max Terry?
Doing this with Anarchy is actually difficult. 10 does? Thank you, Joe. Also, hi, Joe. Oh, my difficulty too intense and the game rewarded me with Pigwort and Wastard. Beautiful. Guess better do Chaos Trial runs since they give shitload of crystals. Extended runs are what I would say would be the best way to get everything you want. Because you get a lot of crystals, you get a lot of actual enemies you kill for a chance to drop that way. And since there's so many stages, you have a decent chance of getting the bosses. I'd say extended runs would be your go-to. Blast gas fucking deleted that enemy. Holy shit.
I will. Carry on.
+3 to Dark Pack, let's go. Find Pigwort worse than Wastard? True. Pigwort is the raid boss. Pigwort is the end game of this game. Wow, that wyvern fucked up Butt Stallion. Oh no. I was not paying attention.
Feel magical.
The invincible pigwort, the invincible true.
I wonder what the gods would think. Thinking so many skills and everyone else so
What was that line? I didn't catch that. One about something about what were the gods thinking making so many skills, and I didn't catch the rest. Some of the voice lines in this game are hilarious. I absolutely love it.
Need to read.
Really do, earlier should do 4 bosses all the time. I'd like if there was a way to get them more consistently. Maybe increase the chance in extended runs. Maybe they make it so whatever the current cap for Chaos Trial, like a 20 Chaos Trial when you already have 20 unlocked. Maybe that should contain, you know, all the bosses. I'd like a consistent way to do the Maker, because I've not been able to do it on stream yet.
you absolute savage. I love it.
Hope you cry when you die. Call of the Air terrifying? Yeah. Guessing most of you are American. Question, do you guys have a problem with lime scale in your water? Because I have to clean my kettle a lot. First I'm hearing of that issue, to be honest. Hey Rohit, how you doing? I'm having a good day. I hope you can say the same. So what about giving player all the skills and others so few? It could be that one. Thank you, Mac. That's it as well. Go to sleep, Celissa.
Oh God, the look on your face.
Got the car gun for the first time. With manual transmission. Yeah, it's a fun one. Does Greyborn Capstone activate the Clawbringer kill skills? Greyborn Capstone will activate any kill skills. Anything that says kill skill in your skill tree, Grave Capstone activates it. But the thing with this is I'm not certain it would work because this has conditionality on what it spawns based on what you kill with. So this one might be weird. I've not tested that one out. Highest spell count on Jacob Shotguns and Wonderlands, highest seen is 14. 25. 25 trade secret for black powders. Last one also just doesn't deal any damage. Yeah, it's like a bad skill. I'm taking it because it's an amount of damage, but it is not a good amount of damage.
Fly on you, villain. Cold of the brave.
Doing Bark with Anarchy is kind of fucking difficult. Hitting these spots with the accuracy penalty is like... And again, I just have damage, so... Okay, bye Bark. What's corrupted red text mean? In the Discord, we have the meanings of all of the blank slate red text that can roll. Some of them do different things. Claw tree look like? I can show you in the loot room. Health bug raid bosses. Low-key legend. I don't have the health bug. This is just my damage. No health bug here. This is what my claw tree looks like. Awe is like one of the best skills in the game. It's crazy. it's really kind of nuts. Butt Stallion was kind enough to get me to 5 out of 3 Awe. Which, if I'd had Awe in my armor, that would be 8 out of 3 Awe for 88% post-ad crit chance. Spellclaw 1, I'm sure it's a thing people are gonna do. I personally like going Grave for this nice healing. The Dark Magic boost. The global damage, Blast Gasp. All that nice stuff. But yeah, you could totally just go Spell Shot and... yeah. Thinking Berserker, because it's Berserker. 100% on Awe. At 3 points, it's 33%. So it's 11% chance per point. And then 5% crit damage per point. Using a charge of barrage count as action skill start? It does. Triple absorb. Poor triple absorb existing in the same universe as the Shamwai. It's trying. Can we salute this ward for trying its best? Clawbringer, true Nola. It's really trying. It's even chaotic. You know, we're gonna give you a home. We're gonna give you a home. Wait, Volatile Greatsword. 1600 damage, 130 crit. That's a strong greatsword. Holy. Picking that up. It's a sham. You're toxic. Why are you like this? Hey, Stone Swan. Stone Swan, did you hear about, Awe? You're gonna love this. It's post-ad crit chance. It's post-ad crit chance. Does Lazy know about Awe? Probably. What does that mean exactly? So it means that you go through your crit formula normally, without Awe. So, so you see how I have, let's look at my spell crit chance. 52.8% crit chance. That's after going through my whole formula. And then you take whatever Awe's crit chance says and slap it on top of that. So, what's my Awe investment right now? Oh, 55% chance. Okay, so currently, I have auto crit spells.
You suck. Allergies.
Never mind, double knots too far down. The beautiful thing about Awe, Carter, you can get it on armor. You get 3 points in Awe from your armor. Primary spell shot, secondary Clawbringer, I believe. How do you spell Clawbringer? Depends on what spell I'm using. If I was using a spell with a short enough cooldown, I would just go down to Awe in the tree and then put whatever else in spell shot from that point. Just get down to like this tier. If I was using a spell with a long cooldown that I wanted to refresh often, then I would go down to spell shot capstone. And then I'd get Awe from my armor for sure. I mean, either way, I'd get Awe from my armor, but that would limit you to 3 out of 3 Awe instead of 6 out of 3 Awe. But you would get just the spell shot capstone. Infinite Arcane Bolts? Yeah. Yeah. If it hits, it'll refresh. Is this not an increased percent of crit chance? Yes, Seth. Awe is post-add crit. So you go through your normal crit formula, and it'll show the values here. Awe is not included in this. It's added afterwards.
Come on, have some fun. Good luck.
Was everyone saying Clawbringer is weak, just not spec'd into Awe? A combination of that and also people making judgments before testing.
You can't be serious. This is my top.
Also, Clawbringer is going to require more gear, even with the Awe stuff, because Awe on its own is not a formula. But Awe plus Dragon Aura, plus some bonus elements, it starts to add up very quickly. I have some powerful enchants right now. Like I've got ASA Dark Magic damage, got ASA Elemental damage, ASA Fire damage, and then Action Skill Star Global damage. With some good gear. I do have very good gear on right now. Like, my rings in particular are very good. To the point where they're kind of hard to replace. There's specific things I want on rings, but I've not had the luck. Clawbringer still has some flaws about it, but Awe does 100% save the class. Right, it's a very good skill, but there's a few things to keep in mind. One, Awe is, what, 25 points deep? It's very deep in the tree. You have to take some pretty dead points to get there, at least skill tree wise. And there's still some annoying things, like the capstone having a 25-second cooldown is still pretty weird, even though in this setup it is doing good damage. I don't think it's 25-second cooldown amounts of damage, but it's good. I don't like either of these. I'm just gonna reset that one. 20 points deeper, you're taking an armor slot? Yeah. They can make it in Claw, Spore Warden, Claw, Oath of Fire, Dragon Aura, Rebuke, all 5 out of 5, then 3 out of 5 Oath of Thunder, most important class mod with all, then pretty much every Spore Warden skill on the right side of the tree down to the capstone. That'd be pretty solid carrying core. That'd be pretty solid. I'm going 2 Oath of Thunder right now. But like, honestly, I could move Blasphemous Favor to Oath of Thunder to make my Wyvern do a little more damage. I've been thinking about messing around with more points in Friend to Flame as well, because the Wyvern does do good damage. It really does. So maybe I'd move some Rebuke to Friend to Flame. Nasty Spill is great for Obelisk. Right, but I have enough damage that it's just gonna hinder me more than help.
You go on ahead.
gonna be of ASA if you're just recalling the hammer. Because currently ASA is working in a way where I still get the bonus even after it's over. But like, even if they were to change the behavior of those enchants, I can just leave the hammer out and, you know, still get good damage. I probably wouldn't change my enchants even if they behaved differently.
What do you want, a treat? Behold, my stuff!
You can tell a Fate Maker's superhuman by how well they can snap with their left hand. True! Yeah, it sucks. I can't do that. Just get better hands. I'm doing my best. When I make a companion build, I'm struggling to find a good one that doesn't require specific setups. Companions are going to be a little more specific, unless you resort to Fury or stuff. But you can absolutely get good companion value. Like, in this non-companion build, my Wyvern is already doing good damage. If I stack a little bit of companion damage, if I get that, that joint training that I'm looking for, that amulet, I expect my Wyvern to be able to, like, clear out areas on its own. It's gonna be really nice. Wyvern does good damage.
My faithful minion has arrived!
Spell shot plus Clawbringer with 3 all armor, maybe Paradigm Art to boost melee ability by spell damage can perform for hammering things. Yeah, Warp Paradigm converting spell to ability for that would be really good there. Because that would improve your capstone as well. The damage of that. I should probably start putting myth rank points into ability damage. I don't plan on going beyond like 20 points in each of the uncapped ones. But ability damage will have a really profound impact on this setup. Wyvern really gives you Bloodwing vibes. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. The Chain Lightning attack it does in particular has really good area coverage. Like, it hits a lot of things at once, and I like that. A big weakness of a lot of pets they've done in previous games is that they kind of sucked at distributing their damage. Even though they had good bursts of damage in some cases, they sucked at distributing it. That's why things like Digiclone, Auto Bear, and Iron Cub were so noticeable at times in Borderlands 3, because they just nuke entire sections of the map, because they could deliver it. Even though, technically speaking, Flak Pets had a higher single hit damage ceiling, but they just absolutely sucked at delivering it. Fucking Cyclops. Ugh.
To me, you're just loot waiting to be drawn. Easiest part of my life. Close. Go your head.
Chances are the first big package comes with DLC. I would bet on that as well. DLC's in 2 weeks. It would make sense to do the patch then as well. You know, Threads of Fate isn't fantastic, but that's a good combination of parts. It's chaotic with a good enchant. I'll take that.
We're like 2 peas in a pod. 2 bullets in a mag. 2 things.
Played a lot of flag. Remember just using the pets mostly for the passive bonus, pure aesthetics. Yeah, that's what most builds did. Just had most fun just running and gunning with the old Flakman bot. Flak was really well designed in that game. They were my favorite character. And just had insane diversity in builds. And I like that all the classes in Wonderlands feel like Flak in terms of having lots of playstyle options. Like, that capstone hit was pretty good. I do have some ability crit damage, so I like to think that's helping a lot. I just need ability damage. No water. Damn it. What even is that? Is that a carouser? No, that's an envy. That's an envy. I don't care. Our species flag at 0R. Well, flag's a robot. 0 still unknown. People would be upset if they go full month without a patch. I think people can shut up then. BL3 did a 30-day patch. Ended up being a little longer than 30 if I remember correctly. Also, we're getting a DLC less than a month into the game. So like, that's pretty good. So these people, I don't care what they want. I'm gonna be super honest here. I don't care what they want. Zero has as many fingers as I have money, not enough. True. I'm looking forward to a patch as much as everyone else is, but I'm also realistic and grateful for the stuff we have. Like, think about all the stuff they could do with DLC, that they've said they're doing with DLC. At some point, we're getting another character. We know we're getting expansions on the Chaos Chamber in terms of enemies you find in here, maps you find in here, bosses, new areas to visit, probably, new quests, probably. New cosmetics, character creator, Fashion Lens is the true endgame. Like, I'm jazzed for DLC more than I'm jazzed for patch, to be honest. But they will likely come hand in hand. But Quack, I need to know when they're fixing Buffmeister so I can refund the game. Ah, true. True. Would love an endless Chaos Chamber where you start with no gear. That'd be interesting. As long as they don't go over the top with class balance in first patch. They've never done that, so there's no reason to believe they will. There's no precedent for it, so I'm not worried. Hey, Shuo, how you doing? First patch doesn't make or break a game. Right. Remember, there's a lot of gems of games that have become such due to post-launch support. I like more skill points, just increase mob HP, more skills is fun, I don't know. More skills reduces the number of builds in the game. So, for anyone who likes having lots of different builds available, like different things you can spec into to have different experiences, more skill points directly infringes upon that. And we have proof of this historically. Let's look at the most egregious example of Borderlands 2. By the time the level 80 cap came around in Borderlands 2, skill trees did not matter. Everyone picked the same things. That's just how it worked. You could get almost down to the capstone in all 3 trees at once. You were very close to triple capstone. TPS let you cap every tree, and it was a game with, let's call it not a lot of content. So, that was a thing. Borderlands 3, both the level 65 and level 72 caps reduced the total number of builds. I know this very well, considering I maintain the community FLAC builds document for Borderlands 3, and when 72 came out, and I was trying to justify keeping some builds as separate entries, I couldn't, because I was like, hang on, this is an identical skill tree for a completely different playstyle, but it's still the same skill tree. So I had to collapse builds into each other when that happened. More skill points is less build diversity, because it'll be more people just doing the same thing. And I like having an amount of skill points that we have now, because it makes meaningful choices. Five more points won't hurt. What would 5 more points get me? 5 more points gets me real close to double capstone. It gets me more points into blast gas, but like I don't need to be stronger here. 5 points will let you grab awe and blast gasp in one skill tree. It'll let me grab capstone and max awe. Like that's such a huge power spike that just isn't necessary. You could say 5 skill points won't hurt, but what does 5 skill points help, is the question. That's the thing. There's not proof that it won't hurt, there's proof that it would. But where's the proof that it would help? That is something that I push back very firmly on. Because on the one hand, you'll have people saying things like, hey, Borderlands 3, power creep, it's such a crazy thing. We just got so powerful. They released all these crazy guns and these skills, and man, I don't like it. But those same people will be like, give more skill points. But you realize that's the fastest way to increase player power to a point where the game isn't challenging anymore. And what's the point of a branching skill tree if you get all the branches? Something to consider is that we have 2 skill trees per spec, rather than 3 or 4 in this game. Sure, you choose 2 out of your 6, later 7, but like, it's still just 2. So, count of skill points is going to be something that they need to keep a very close eye on. Proof in other games? We're not talking about other games. We're talking about this game. And we're talking about the impact. Oh, hey, here's this bug. Yeah, you can ground slam to stop your orbital ascent. It's just been proven that in every other Gearbox Lands game, more points has eventually been bad for the health of the game. Every single time. So, like, if you don't believe that as a metric, I don't know what to tell you, but it's just absolute facts that more points is less builds. And, experienced build crafters are pretty united on this front. Jolt said something about it on Twitter the other day that I completely agreed with. Lazy said that. Many of us are on the same page here. Referencing the old games, why can't I? I'm referencing other games from this developer. In this franchise, sort of. You know, sister franchise, the Borderlands. And so based on those things, problematic. Not good for long-term game health. For some people, power fantasy is the goal, but for a large portion of the player base, if you no longer have to make any sort of choices in your build crafting, the game becomes less interesting. And to the people who do play for power fantasy, I encourage you to use the elective difficulty system to lower the challenge to the point where you feel that powerful. That's what it's there for. I'm chill? Yeah, no, we're fine. I think we're just having a respectful conversation with differing opinions. Let's try to keep it that way if we can, chat. We haven't seen what would happen to the health of a game if there was no level cap increase. I only picked up BL2 and BL3 again because their level increases. Same for the folks I play with. So it's absolutely true that we've not seen what happens with no increase. Do I realistically think they won't increase it? No, I think they will at some point. Do I want it to give more skill points? No. But we've also never had the hero point system. And they've shown with the level progression in this game that they can kind of freely manipulate how many hero points and skill points you get per level. Like at level 40, you get 3 of each. When you multi-class, you get a bonus one as well. So they could, in theory, give us a level cap and then just not give us the equivalent amount of skill points, which I think would be best case scenario. Because more skill points is going to devalue the entire system. Maya build diversity be like gun or fleet. Yeah. Hey, the insane thing, how you doing? Morning, Tom Nasty. How are you today? Increasing hero point allocation max per stat would be interesting. That would be interesting. Universal Soldier. It's trying. Not very hard, though. My view is I just think it's possible to add more points and balance that with added enemy HP and damage is all. They've tried that. My view is they've tried that, and they've failed at that enough times that I would like them to take a different approach. That's just my opinion. I should conserve my ammo a little bit better. I failed the ping. But yeah, continuing with that conversation, I think that a new IP such as Wonderlands is the perfect time to break old habits that have never worked. And they're doing a good job of that so far. Excessive skill points has been a problem in every single other one of their releases for long-term game health, and they started us off with fewer skill points this time. It bodes well. That's unfortunate timing. Oh well. Well played, Boney. What if they add more depth to the skill trees? How do you manage that in a multi-class system? Which, again, is something we've never had before. What do they do? Do they add a third lane on the side to each tree? Do they make the cost to get a capstone increase, thereby removing existing builds? Can't see. I didn't know the sandstorm effect persists when you're out there. That's interesting. Bunny's really gonna take another life like that. Never mind, I lied. How you doing today? Doing great, Fleece. How are you? It's a bit of a joke. I would imagine they went beyond the capstone and added more skills. Wouldn't work, I don't think. It'd be fun to ponder. It'd be interesting. I wonder how they would balance things like that. Because I feel like the capstones are designed to be like the ultimate, hey, you want this to really make this tree shine type thing. And how do you build something beyond the ultimate power without it being too powerful? Is it doable in theory? Absolutely. It's definitely tricky, though, and might not be worth it compared to other approaches. What's that one-on-one spell shot skill? Is that the ward return on reload, or ward return on spell shot, spell weaving stacks? I got there eventually. Or is that the no ward regen one? I don't remember which one is which icon-wise. I think 3 classes is going to be too much if they go that route. Yeah, I think 3 classes together. At that point, if they do that before a DLC class, that you have 3 out of 6 classes in one spec. Like, come on, that's too much. Item is pandemic jokes. Yeah, the red texts in this game, Bazooka Dude, some of them are really funny. Some of them are cool references. This is the gain ward one? Thank you, Wolfie. In that case, I won't pick this one up. Or maybe I will, anyway. I have some bank space. I'm trying to be very discerning about what I pick up, because I have too many things. Hey, it's volatile. But it's tough. I just like all the loot. I don't think you deepen the tree, only widen it, offering side grade options instead. That would be an option. That's something that I think they could do well. And I think if they were to give an abundance of extra skill points, that would be something I would want to see. However, that would not address the problem of getting double capstones, which in many, many setups is absolutely game-breaking and mechanically can't be balanced without nerfing capstones, which would result in a reduction of power to builds that are not offenders. So, like, it's a ripple effect, and it becomes a case of, does this help the game more than it hurts it? And I think the answer to that would be no. And that's how I feel about skill points. Now, once again, I want to be perfectly clear. Do I realistically think they'll never increase the skill point cap? No, I think at some point we're getting more, whether I like it or not. And I want to be very clear. The answer to whether I like it or not is a strong not. But I do think it's likely to happen anyway. Once a capstone is chosen, they could lock out the other capstone. That'd be a solution, Hebrew Hammer. That would be something I'd maybe like to see. How you doing, Deceptics? Good to see you. How's the runs been going? Clawbringer power joint training, but it's got poison damage. I'm gonna pick it up, but it's not quite what we're going for. Why have a red aura? The circle around me, that is the Clawbringer Dragon Aura skill. elemental damage. What I do hope for is that it won't happen too soon or too frequently. Yeah. Yeah. Borderlands 3 had a bad habit of surprise level cap increases. And, it was not well liked by a lot of people. Got sub 2 last night, let's go. Speed. How's the game feeling? Do you think it's got longevity for the run? Or do you think it's gonna fall off? Is there much left to push still? Maybe let's get current version stable before we start talking about next version. That is an important point, yeah. Amulet farming? Yeah, Carrion. It's Amulet Bunny and the Armor Bunny and the Melee Bunny. Those are the three that are absolutely awful to me. The Shotgun Bunny, as much as I want to shit on it, it has given me some good stuff. Even though it's not giving me the one thing I want. Pistol Bunny's been kind to me, SMG Bunny's been kind to me. But it's like, the ones on this side hate me. Except for the Ward one. Ward one's pretty nice. Absence of farmable dedicated drops hurts the run for sure. Yeah, the way the loot lock system is designed, dedicated farming during playthroughs is weak. Now, personally, for a a long-term system, I don't mind that, but I can see how that would affect the speedrun a lot. Do you think that would change a lot with something like the Maurice vendor? Like weapon RNG to completely make or break the run? Only ever roll pistols and SMGs in terms of weapons. Good bunnies to hit, to be honest. Statues need a name. How about Wonder Wabbits? I like it. Want this game to last? Me too.
I thought that was you, you old so-and...
Am I doing on backpack space? I'm doing okay. Why did I pick this up? Oh yeah, it's ×3 with saw blades. I wanted to try this for melee stuff.
So?
Because that's a lot of saw blades in one target. So you could just do that, and then bonk. You hit all those blades. It only lasts 3 seconds, though. That's why I picked that up. Loot and Lupins. Lupin is rabbit. I thought that was wolf. I don't know. Mag dump and stab dump? Yes. I think it'll last if they keep expanding on the chaos chamber system. It's very scalable. Yeah, I think so too, Chester. I would also like to see just like an activity outside of chaos chamber just for the people who want that. Just more options for more people. Even if I don't necessarily care for them, more options for more people is a good thing. Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder don't actually proc all by themselves, but Wyvern's attacks do. Wyvern goated once again. It's a rabbit in French? Cool. I used to know French. How did I forget that?
Enter if you
I spoke it as a kid, so you know how kids are good with language, and then as an adult you just forget everything? Pain. This seems like health bug.
Don't mess with the best.
It's a little sus. I'm gonna reset this one just in case. little carrot on the stick for the outworld farming, please. Just a little bit, yeah. Skeep! Hey, Asa, how you doing? I like the Chaos Chamber, but doing it every day gets a bit boring. For me, I'll never get tired of the Chaos Chamber. It's just, like, exactly what I want, but different people want different things out of the game. Maybe optional modifier out of Chaos Chamber if you have active, you get more money in Moon Orbs. So, no. Because the thing with that, Jade or Annie, who would not turn that on? And hey, guess what? That exact thing already exists. It's intense difficulty. So, like, putting another one on top of that, it's kind of a waste of development resources at that point, because people are just going to be like, oh, okay, let me turn this on forever. So my game is struggling.
Sure, I've got plenty, but
Missed. I feel bad about myself whenever I miss one of these snaps, because they're so satisfying to hit. Party time. New build? Yeah, Bandcamp. This is a Clawbringer build. We made a cool discovery about how a Clawbringer skill works. And it's really, really nice for increasing our damage output. So Clawbringer's Awe skill is post-add crit chance. What this means is the number you see on the card for Awe gets added on to your crit after the calculation. So it's just a flat bonus. So this means, outside of From the Shadows, Awe is the biggest crit boost in the game. Crit chance boost in the game, I should say. Oh, is Megavore? Yes.
sorry, that was supposed to be a warning shot. Now then, the most broken build.
Loot Cyclops, that sound is piercing. I hate it. I hate that sound so much. Holy shit, it's actually giving me a fucking headache immediately. I didn't like that. I'm super sensitive to certain kinds of sounds, and I really didn't like that. Hang on. For post-ad to be even better. Sorry, I kind of knew this. Yeah, Wolfie. So the way post-ad works is, so if we go through the formula calculation. So you see I have 52.8% spell crit chance. That's taking my base of the spell. So this spell has a 26% crit chance. Then it's applying my crit chance bonuses from, various sources. And then the final calculation that it's coming out from, with, is 52.8%. Now, a post-add crit chance bonus, is going to get added onto that final result. So my actual spell crit chance is 33% plus 52.8. So, I have an 85% spell crit chance. Because the post-add refers to adding it post-calculation. Chaos Chamber leaderboard has to be bugged. It's for that specific seed. So, like, people who had the exact combination of rooms and stuff that you got, that's what you're running against. Opinions on the strongest multi-class setup in the game, if you had to pick only one. Probably Spellshot Graveborn, but just because it's simple access to tower. Like, very hands-off, very straightforward, pretty easy to gear for, just, like, boring and strong. I'd personally rank that combination pretty low on my enjoyment, but it's strong. Body room, yes please. Filled roughly 2,000 plastic Easter eggs in the last 6 days. Oh my god, it's tedious. That sounds awful. I love when you're able to clear these rooms without feeding the sprite. Totally get that in the same way there's someone in Bright Hope who won't stop saying the elves are gods, they're a hot mess line every 2 seconds. I turn the volume down whenever I go there. Funniest multi-class setup to run? Funnest? That's subjective. I cannot tell you what you enjoy better than you can. So, like, that's gonna depend on what playstyle you want. I've really enjoyed a few different combinations. So I don't even know how I would answer that, for being honest. So, like, that's gonna be a completely subjective thing. No one can decide that for you. Example, I was talking about a moment ago how I'm not really interested in Spellshot Graveborn because I find it boring. But for some people, I imagine there's at least a couple people in the chat, that might be their favorite. Anyone have a favorite combination, Spellshot Graveborn? Because if so, your opinion is absolutely valid. It just doesn't happen to be my opinion. Tell us what to think. No. You wanna change your gear? Let me play you Mary Had a Little Lamb with ear-piercing volume with hammers. Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me. Fair enough, I was wondering what your opinion on the most fun class combo was. So a couple that I'm currently having a lot of fun with. Right now, at the moment, you're seeing Clawbringer, Graveborn, and I'm enjoying this quite a bit because of certain skill interactions. So currently, it's one of my most enjoyed. I really like Stabomancer Berserker for some melee stuff. My Graveborn Berserker build was the first one I really vibed with in this game, so I'd probably give that one the edge. I'm geared for other combos, yeah, but I enjoy it. Nice, Nola. Graveborn Spellshot's my favorite thematic combo because I love slinging magic. I don't want to play it too hard until it gets fixed, balance a little better. I think we could have done a Maker run this run. A Maker and a normal on a run where I specifically didn't want to do any raid bosses. That's unfortunate. Is that Storm Smite? Yes! I'm going Claw Capstone. Asa. I need more ability damage to min-max it better, but yeah, I'm doing that. Nice echo hit. Stealing my build? Yes, you have rights to this capstone. I'm sorry, I forgot. Were you playing Graveborn? I thought you were playing Spore Warden. Volatile ability damage. Spell crit damage. That's a good roll. Take that. I will take that. Got my second character to Chaos 20. Companion build, so much fun. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying Gaskell. Yeah, top 2, sub 10. Very nice. Made a Clawbringer save so I can do Clawbringer Greatborn shenanigans. Got to 40 yesterday. Nice. Let's keep hitting amulets. Clearly the hardest build to play is Buffmeister Liquid Cooling, too intense for me. Why did you make me put those words in my mouth? I thought you liked me. F Celissa, all my homies hate Celissa. Celissa's fine. No spell shot grave, I'm stuck on Dragon Lord. Which part of it's giving you trouble? How much loot luck does the Brad luck give? Not more than a normal amulet, to be honest. So, like, you can double roll loot luck here and have the same that a Brad luck would give. So, like, a volatile Brad luck, I believe, is 40%. Like, maybe 41 if it rounds. But you see, I have one loot luck roll on this volatile, and it's 20.4%. So, it's just the equivalent of getting 2 loot luck rolls. That's just what Brad luck does. Just become better, I don't know. True. Hey, clip that, we got him. You didn't have to read it, you just did out of habit. That's true, but I want to blame someone else. Remember, I'm the streamer. Everything is everyone else's fault.
You're only as good as your blade.
When Bernadette comes out, it's hard to see. So the Dragon Lord will be glowing yellow when that happens. If you can look for that, that might help. Or do you mean, is it hard to see while Bernadette is flying around? In that case, I'd recommend just getting some movement speed up and just strafing around the arena a lot. Bernadette's really bad at tracking you. Weensy bit of tomfoolery in Quackstream, wouldn't have it any other way. I think Revote's Amulet has a double roll of luck too. It might.
Come on, have some fun.
That might be a little more farmable. Alright, let's go extended run. I want to try to get a Maker, if we can. I've not done a Maker on stream yet. Solissa's a good, enjoyable fight, and you can't convince me otherwise. I don't mind Solissa fight. I don't really mind any of the bosses. I think they all serve a good purpose. Like, Son of a Witch and Drill are DPS checks. It's like, hey, if you want to brute force this, you gotta have an actual good build. Otherwise, do mechanic and take your time. I like that they do that. Banshee teaches you to, you know, have to evade things or have a rough time. Enemies like Zomboss and Lachance serve the traditional loot pinata purpose. Nightmare teaches you to deal with bosses that can move. I see a lot of people have trouble with Nightmare, and I'm convinced that it's specifically because Nightmare actually moves. Dragon Lord is kind of a final exam boss, like everything you've learned, put it all together. Critical Connoisseur, that'll actually be pretty cracked with Awe, honestly. If I want to do a status effect damaging build, what would be my two classes? Knee-jerk response to that EPK would be to do Stabomancer, Clawbringer, would be my suggestion. By the way, the weekly hotfix is going to drop every Friday. I do not have information on that. It's easy. I do not have an answer for you. What skills using for Greyborn from this build? I'm using... so I have Blast Gasp from my armor, which is very nice for my spell damage. Ascension for spell damage to feed into that Blast Gasp, to make my spells better. Dark Hydra and Faithful Thralls for the maximum global damage from this. Also, I have 2 pets, so I get an extra Faithful Thralls stack for my Wyvern. I've got 2 Immortal Vessel just for a little bit of Dark Magic efficiency. Dark Pack to boost my Dark Magic damage. I'm using Corrupted Plate Mail, so some of my damage is converted into Dark Magic, so I'm constantly doing at least some, so this helps. But the big thing here is Sanguine Sacrament for a very large heal every time I activate a spell. Sanguine Sacrament's really good.
Someone else is gonna kill that thing, right?
For Sableclaw status build, any of the gear combos besides Livewire and Banshee? Lots. Lots. Just because one way is powerful, doesn't mean it's the only way. And I find it interesting that even though the most popular instance of that build archetype being Moxie's build, the man himself said in the comments section of that video, he's like, hey, this is not the only way to do this. Yet people still believe it's the only way to do this. Like, something that I'm going to be more forceful about telling the community going forward is make sure you include the entire context of what content creators say. Because sometimes we'll say one thing and the community will get something completely different out of it. There's lots of ways to crack lots of particular eggs in this game. It's a playground. And remember, at the end of the day, the game is less than 2 weeks old. We have no idea if we've discovered even half of what's available.
Looking charming as ever, bonehead.
And once again, Borderlands 3, we're discovering things about launch items and interactions 2 years down the line. 2 years. I like that I don't have to refarm my gear every chaos level. Yeah, it's super nice. Way better than OP levels or Mayhem, for sure. During your progression, you can actually have gear that lasts, instead of everything becoming useless after a certain point. And I like that quite a bit. That was smooth as hell. I used my ground slam to deliver echo, and it was, that was smooth. I didn't read the comments, but do want advice on how to mix up. Has been able to sink my teeth in possibilities if you have thoughts to offer. Yeah, so a big thing with Clawbringer, a big thing Clawbringer's bringing to the table with dots is 2 things. One, Dragon Aura, fresh multiplier. All dots are elemental, so this is always going to help your dots. Very good. Second thing, Awe. You make your dots crit a lot more often with this skill. And another thing on top of that is Clawbringer has access to multiple bonus elements with little skill point investment. You got lightning here and you got fire here, meaning you can deliver you can have multiple chances to deliver status effects a lot more easily than some other classes. So everything I do is applying a lot of different status effects right now. For example, when I throw my hammer, I'm doing lightning damage, fire damage, and dark magic damage. when I shoot my gun, I'm doing fire damage and frost damage. When I use my spell, and dark magic. When I use my spell, I'm doing dark magic, frost, and fire. Like, it's a lot of elemental coverage, and Clawbringer helps with that a lot. Something you can do to apply further status effects is you can use a Slam and Salmon. Now, caution, there's been a bug reported where Slam and Salmon's dot doesn't seem to scale with status effect damage. That's something I've heard. Oh, my game's stuttering like mad right now. So be aware of that. But you've got a bunch of melee weapon choices for status effect builds. You've got the Slam and Salmon, you've got the Diamond Guard Sword, anything with a caustic hilt, really. And then another thing to keep in mind is if you're trying to apply status effect through a weapon, launchers have very high status effects. Blue Cake can have like a 3000 dot, and it's got a wide damage application, like over a wide area. Could be something to it. Gelatinous Cube spell has a very high dot as well. What's the latest interaction BL3 that was found? A bit out of the loop. There's a bunch. We found 2 years post-launch that the Executor class mod for Zane was always giving hidden cryo damage. We found that Flax Bounty Hunter class mod turned off the effect of one skill, but turned on the other effects against enemies it wasn't supposed to. We found out that one of Flax's skills gives a different kind of corrosive damage to the normal, so it acted as a multiplier, kind of like how Dragon Aura works for elemental stuff in this game. Those were things we discovered 2 years down the line in BO3. About launch items. What'd I miss? Not too much, Mr. Adblock. We're hoping for a maker run this run if we can get all the bosses. But of course, now that I'm going for it, it's not gonna happen. Oh, there's green. Thanks, you're very welcome. Great news for my Volatile Salmon. I have a Volatile Salmon as well, but it rolled non-elemental. I'm using a chaotic, corrosive element one right now. My other one's non-elemental. I'm kind of annoyed about it. I don't want to pick up that Eagle-Eyed Sapphire game. I wish Portals and, you know, Chaos Chamber specific stuff had higher priority. Please. Non-elemental salmon, it's a weird one. Wonder if it has any specific use. I suppose the advantage of that is, that against things not armored, it's not going to receive the elemental penalty. It's still going to apply the corrosive status effect. It's just not gonna receive the penalty on the base hit, which I guess might mean more damage applied, but the disadvantage of non-elemental damage sources is that they don't get elemental damage bonuses, which, especially if you're a Clawbringer, you have a lot of. So, like, I don't know if that trade-off is worth. I'd rather just have an elemental one. But maybe. It's volatile, so I'm still not throwing it away, right? And it might work out that non-elemental is optimal for that weapon. You never know. Theory crafting marches on. Storm Surge is from Drill? I believe so. That's where I've got the only one I have. Which fire mode's at higher priority? Yeah, for sure. Gotta go to work, have a good stream. Thanks, Silver Raid, I appreciate you. Breath of Dying and Flag was fun, for sure. I really enjoyed that combination. What's the difference between a volatile and a normal one? So volatile is effectively +4 character levels on the item's base stats. +4 character levels. Chaotic is +2, volatile is +4. You have a 1.41% chance to get a volatile item on Chaos 20. It does not happen on other difficulties. It is a Chaos 20 only thing. However, any Chaos level can get Chaotic roll items. Is there a spreadsheet that says what people found out about the multipliers? Which multipliers, Pico? You mean damage formula? There's some work in progress for that. There's people hard at work on that. I know 10 FPS and Sen have both been constructing their own, and I think they're in the process of merging. Or comparing notes, at least. The spell you're currently using? I am using an Impaling Ice Spike. Now this one happens to be volatile. The parts could be better here, honestly. I don't need the 4th spell charge. It's nice to have, but I don't need it. And crit chance part isn't doing a lot here because, you know, I have awe, so I don't care. I would rather have, like, extra projectile, like a bunch of those, because that's also more instances that can blast gasp. But it's still a pretty good one. Impaling Ice Spikes are very fast damage delivery, and they're very hard hitting, so keep an eye out for those. 14,000% spell radius. It's a visual bug, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't actually have a massive radius. It's just kind of there. Any advice for wet noodle melee classes for the melee side objective? I really like using From the Shadows in my melee build. It can cause enemies to kind of not know what to do, which gives you a lot of time to hit them for free. Where's the thing? Did I not see it? Where'd it go? Hello? Did it really go there? Oh, okay. Been tinkering with the spell shot Stabo multi-status effect build. What are your thoughts on status effects being main source of damage and with spells being main delivery status effects? It's going to be a little difficult depending on the spell. It's a Nox on a Fox. How you doing, by the way? Because a lot of spells that would leave a strong dot are going to be strong enough to just kill the enemy outright. Now, in bossing, that's not a problem because you do a big chunk and then the dot finishes, etc. But in mobbing, it can be difficult to reach a point where you're able to apply dots before the thing is just dead anyway. There's a few spells that can do that. Gelatinous Cube is low damage, high dot, so you could try that one out. In terms of classes, Spellshot's going to give you the most spell damage, and that'll indirectly lead into a stronger dot, but it might be worth considering using Clawbringer instead, because Clawbringer is very high crit consistency, and that's something that's going to strengthen dots by quite a bit. But I think that the concept of your build can work. You know, if there are any special interactions with Son of a Witch's Shield Bird, throw my Lightning Bolt Furrier, and it would make it disappear, but it would come back like 3 seconds after. I think he's just kind of a dick and sometimes spams it. I'd recommend for dealing with Son of a Witch's Bird, get something that'll hit him and the bird at the same time. Whether that's you throwing down some Hydras, whether that's you chucking Dagger Storms as he's spawning them. I like doing that with the Gluttony. Or if it's just you, base tanking. Hey, Vander! Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? I saw you were doing some Hammer Zerker stuff, right? How's that treating you? Aw, better than the water's treating me, I hope. Just trying to pick up the fire motes. I'm trying to save Fire Friend. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in LANs games and others. And currently, I'm doing some Clawbringer stuff myself. We found out some nifty math stuff about how a couple of skills work. And Clawbringer's got some crazy damage delivery options, which I'm really enjoying. Hey, thank you for the 14 months, Vander. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Clawbringer Berserker's fucking fun. Got a good thing going, just fine-tuning. Love to hear it.
Let's go out and burn something down.
Clawbringer Berserker is fucking fun. Got a good thing going. Just fine-tuning.
Once again, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. Yeah, the class balance in this game feels great. Something I've been saying is that Clawbringer is the sleeper one. Like, it's... Once people figure it out, it's gonna be real good. And I think it's being cracked wide open, finally. Like, it's... Brief explanation for anyone unfamiliar. So, this skill right here, Awe. The crit chance from this is post-add crit chance. So what this means is that your normal crit formula happens, the stuff you see on your hero page. So let's take, I've been using my spell crit chance as an example for this. I have 52.8% spell crit chance after formula right now. But Awe is post-add. So the 33% you see from me having 3 out of 3 points in Awe goes on top of that. It's just a flat thing after the remainder of your other crit calculations. So that means Awe is the biggest crit chance boost in the entire game outside of the From the Shadows action skill. So Clawbringer is the critical character. You are going to crit the most on a Clawbringer out of any class, as long as you are maintaining Awe's effect. And this is really impactful for things that have on-crit effects, like let's say you're using black powder guns for the ricochets, let's say you're using a liquid cooling and you want to, cool it down on body shots. Let's say you're doing status effect builds, those benefit a lot from crits. Hey Chad, thanks for the raid as well. I really appreciate it, thank you so much. How you doing? How was stream? What'd you get up to? The armor that reduces crit chance gives crit damage, that would be good? Yeah, that would be good there. That would be good. You've been nutted. Hey, Bird, how are you? Welcome in once again to all the raiders. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, Tat, good to see you. How are you? Any links for builds? We don't have, like, the community builds documents up and running for Wonderlands yet, Scylla. But it's a work in progress. I kind of want to wait until after we get a balancing patch so the builds landscape's a little more stable. But I have been working on some cool builds, and this is one that I might have to just cover it. I might have to make a video or something. Hey, Corrupt Clay, how you doing? Just found the channel with all the talk of crits on Clawbringers, made me wonder if it's going to be the speedrun class. The thing Clawbringer doesn't offer is movement speed. So, like, Spore Warden has movement speed. Berserker has movement speed. Stabomancer has movement speed. Clawbringer doesn't. Now, nothing's stopping you from, say, taking Clawbringer with one of those other classes, but I think for speedrun purposes, you can still get good damage in other ways. It's just this is Claw's way of getting damage. Clawbringer crit's also in tier 5? It is. It's a lot of investment, or using your armor slot, which is still investment. Pretty sure the current speedrun strat is entirely based on stacking crit bonuses. Yeah, but that all is down this far. So by the time you're at this point in the speedrun, like, you're well established in other ways. Would be my speculation, but of course a more dedicated speedrunner would have a good idea of whether that holds up or not. That was a big echo. Bye, Nightmare. There we go. Oh, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Bird. I appreciate it. 241, you're a legend. Thank you so much. Let's do some raid bosses. New to Borderlands series, got a few questions. How do I approach this game? Should I do story and all side quests before farming legendary specific ones? Are dice necessary? Because I find so many. Going back to get them, gonna have to watch YouTube videos, go through the whole map trying to find which one or not, which one I got or not via videos. So, these kinds of games are a playground, and you can take different approaches, depending on what your personal taste is. So for me, I don't like dedicated farming items. I don't like going finding this one named enemy that drops this thing and then save quitting that enemy until the end of time. That's not my taste. I like doing activities. What I'm doing right now is the Chaos Chamber, which is just a long stretch of fighting different kinds of enemies with a boss gauntlet at the end. And then afterwards, you have a loot room where you choose which kinds of items you want to spend your in-run currency on. That's something I like. I'm also a build crafter. I like min-maxing around certain items and things like that. So for me, what I do is when I load up a new character, I'll usually just play through the story, doing side stuff as I need to stay on level. Not really a completionist by any stretch of the imagination. I'll grab any dice that are on my way. I don't really go out of my way too much. You can grab comfortably like 100 dice without really trying. With some map knowledge and some dedication, you can get about 200 without really deviating off the path. But then once I finish the story, I go finish out my overworld stuff, grab shrines for various stat bonuses because they're pretty easy to do. And then once I hit level 40, I go into the Chaos Chamber, and that's where I live. I should change my mailing address to the Chaos Chamber.
Sure, I've got plenty, but I can always have...
What builds do you recommend if I really enjoyed Psycho Mutant Creek? Graveborn is going to have a lot of the vibes you're after there. Sacrificing health in exchange for more survivability or more damage. Graveborn's good at that. Hey Kame, how you doing? It's fun to find glowing sigils in the Chaos Chamber, and it does random stuff with the levels. Any idea what those are? That's how you open up these secret bosses. That's how you get in here. There's one for each of the 3, and each one will be representative of a mechanic of that boss. Ah, I deserve that. Can I hit you from here? Not with my potato aim.
You know, please, the masterful work we've done every day by tall and crafted riders. Hope you finished your bucket list. What's up, Freddy?
Oh, you're gonna die so bad, dude. Like, so bad. It's just
And yeah, if you notice the amount of crits I'm hitting right now, like, Clawbringer just crits so much. It's kind of crazy. Like, my liquid cooling isn't heating up at all. Sure, you can down me. Looks like I can win off you, Bark. If I have ammo. Unfortunate. That's fine. I get an ammo refill. Actually, considering building the Norse pantheon for characters, Clawbringer is obviously Thor, Burr main is Heimdall, Grave main is Hel, etc. That could be fun. That could be cool. Hell, it's fine, Slug. It's a tactical refill, and we still got lives. Tactical refill. And Bark likes to troll as soon as we walk in. Ready? Bark's gonna hit me as soon as I go in.
Nobody better have touched my stuff.
Oh, he's trying. It was one shot. But we get a full ammo refill on death, so. Tactical. Thanks, Chad Streamer. You're very welcome. The legendary class mods not have special effects like it did in BL3. Well, class mods aren't a thing, Jerry. We have armor, and you can see down here, this is definitely a legendary effect. Can you do the secret boss forecast, Winnie? You can. You find all the dice, you get a permanent loot luck bonus, so it's worth it. It is worth it. It's just, ultimately, I would rather spend time doing other things, so I don't bother. Always try to ping this boss during that phase, so that when it surfaces, you know where it is right away.
Next time, learn to pick an easy path.
I shouldn't have taken that hit. That was not smart of me. Ouch. Outplayed. Respawn ads? No? Yes, maybe? No, sandstorm. Alright, spawning into the sandstorm. Tough. I'm being very, I'm being overly cautious about my ammo consumption because I'm going for, Maker run. Did I hit all 3 bosses, chat? Did I hit blue this run? Anyone remember? Ping actually a useful feature? It is. I've heard controller friends are not happy about that though, because apparently controller players are short 2 keybinds. There we go. We'll call it tactical for the ammo refill again. Well, that one was just like, I got fucked. Possibly show your skill tree? Yeah, after these fights. Oh, we did get blue. Okay, this is gonna be a Maker run. I have not done the Maker on stream yet, so it's pretty sick. Now, earlier in the stream, we did bully Gloop and do it without the mechanics, but this time I won't be doing that. Trolls are actually able to remap everything in this game. Everything is remappable? Oh, that's nice. Universal remap should be industry standard. Accessibility is key. One cycle gloop feels good. Alright, it's the maker, chat. I don't think I have ammo for this, being perfectly honest. I mean, I'm gonna try anyway. Of course. It's me, chat. It's me. But I don't think I have ammo for this. No, bad aim. Maker, can you not? Well, the mechanic here is use these orbs. You line them up, you punch them at her, and they hit her. But the lock-on is being very rude to me right now. Okay, that was too high. Fuck you, game. Fortunately, my spell does a lot to these. Quag aim. This is a meme and a half. Okay, this one. This is the one. Go. Pretty sure a Void Bunny just Mr. President. Ow. Luckily, I have Graveborn healing.
Downs.
Stop blocking! Audited backspeed at this point, shooting might be more effective. I do not have ammo for that for sure. We'll get there eventually, chat. It's just it's a patience exercise, right? Patience. Okay, how much do I do shooting? Okay, that might be better. Not gonna though. I'm stubborn. At this point, I just want to see how many it takes. I'm just concerned. Like, is this working? There we go. Instead of just getting more ammo, that would require death. Death is inconvenient. There we go. It's working. I got... Aw.
Let's just have a quick look at how super dead you are.
15? Come on, game. Be nicer.
Does anyone pay attention to Matt's territory? Sky Rock!
I believe there's a cabin near you.
Yeah, I'm saving my pistol ammo for those. Okay. Now there is another mechanic that will eventually function as sort of a mercy thing. She can hurt herself by rolling once. So in theory, I could just dodge these until the end of time, and she'd kill herself eventually. But like, ain't nobody got time for that. It's price for everything, true. Oh, ow. That's a little problematic.
Placement, curse words, and what a quit.
Boss has a lot of health? Yeah. Lining up those hits is very difficult at times. I should probably just aim for the legs, honestly. The legs seem to have a pretty generous hitbox. Yeah, definitely aim for the legs.
Money tonight. Regular spell.
Excuse me, lock on. That's not what I was trying to target. What are you doing? 11. Rude.
Around the stack this plan. I've got the rest. Something else.
Oh, knocked me off. How did that miss? Did she roll a 1? Something just hurt her real bad. Wyvern doing work over there, you love to see it. 18. What's a 20 do? I have no idea. I probably just don't want that to happen, huh? Plot twist 20 heals? Fucking might. I have no way of knowing.
Roll for talent spell.
19?
Flippin' curse words of what a great
Ah!
money tonight.
No. No!
It's just how super dead you are. Regular spell.
Stop moving me. Ow. Ah, missed.
That's just a super dead you are. Oh, I'm sorry, that is
We having problems with the stream? I dropped a lot of frames. What is happening? Might be... There's a storm. Could be that. Apologies if you guys are having connectivity issues. I did not notice. Oh, is this a rage mechanic? Fuck, I wasn't paying attention. Damage! Come on! No! Oh. Oh well. Just made a Clawbringer class. Did I mess up because it looks so rad? You can have work. You can have anything work, multi-class combination-wise. She rolled a 20? Ah, that was a 20! Ah, okay. So I guess 20, she does that until you die. Why is Angry Bird so difficult? I don't know. Good question. So does she just keep doing this fucking forever? I mean, you can dodge it, it's just damn. We got her, though. You can crouch and jump over that, but yeah, there you go, make her. Yeah, we got a body rune. Fucking worth. It's a lot of crystals, too. Favorite part of this combo class? The awe skill from Clawbringer. Making everything crit, like, all the time. Pickaxe is trying. Yeah, that was only the second time I've done the maker. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Banshee on steroids? Yeah. That references what I said earlier about how Banshee's just a great... It's placed so well in the game, because Banshee's early, but it teaches you things you need for lots of other bosses. I just like that. It's good game design. Frost Clawbringer. Harbinger. It's trying. Hey Wolf, how you doing? Another Harbinger. I need joint training. Ooh. That was very kind. Skeep with all damage. I'll take that. Lightning, Berserker. I have a lot of crystals. This is nice. Just keep summoning him. That's so funny. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. It's so powerful. This is like one of my only builds that I'm not using it. Ooh, joint training. Fire, but it's Stabomancer. No, I'm still taking it. But we want joint training. Fire, Clawbringer. That's the goal. That's the hope. Getting too many legendaries and nerf drop rates? No. See? See? You nerfed my drop rates, Micro. You did it. I don't know how, but you did it. So many Harbingers. I love the reference, but like, chill. I don't even know what that second one was. Was it that third? Amulet looking for joint training. What's the reference? It is a reference to an enemy in Mass Effect 2. So the quote there, let's see if I can find one. I'm assuming direct control of the situation. That's what an enemy, a rare enemy type says when it spawns in Mass Effect 2. And the name of that character that says that is Harbinger. So. Mass Effect 2, by the way, is one of my favorite games ever made. It's a GOAT. It's up there. It's in my top 2. Gearbox confirmed blue tier above volatile, correct, with higher chaos levels. Yeah, they've said that they have the intent to increase chaos tier cap in the future with higher gear sub-rarities, you know, chaotic, volatile, and others. But nothing above volatile is in the game yet. Blood bag with status stuff. I bought my 360 from GameStop back in the day. It had MB2 from previous owners, still never played it. Goated game. Mass Effect Trilogy, goated. Absolute heat. Harbinger and Sovereign are A-class villains. True. Fucking love both of those so much. Joint Training, Berserker, Lightning. Well, Joint Training, Fire. Skeep with reload speed, all damage, Dark Magic's Warwarden. That's worth taking, I guess. That was a Blaze of Glory. The game tried. It really did. Mag size a little tasty. Yeah, if you can get mag size for certain Torg sticky strats that are very popular right now, it helps a lot. Like with these. If you get a 7 mag on a ×3 Ludite, that's an extra shot, which is a huge amount of extra damage. Emmy is also thirsty. It is. It is probably the horniest space adventure ever written. Yes, I know Star Trek exists. Yes, I know Futurama exists. Mass Effect is built different. Let's put some of this stuff away. That can go to... Sure. I had 3 body runes on me. Beautiful. Okay, it's time to clean. Do your thing. Let's spend some myth rank. I want to cap out some of these stats so I can, you know, stop looking at them. I'm self-imposing a limit of 20 in these uncapped ones. I will not go above 20. Hopefully they add a toggle for myth rank soon, so I can do without myth rank at all. More accurate build testing and such. I'm not sure what you're getting at, Jay Durrani. I'm very confused. Mass Effect memes were so great, they really were. I love that series so much. Struggling to see the point of the raid bosses. They have no drops, can't be gotten via bunnies. They're really hidden. Convinced 75% of players has no clue they exist. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The point of the boss is to fight the boss. Like, crazy concept. What if they put 4 raid bosses in the game so you could fight 4 raid bosses in the game? A Zoidberg quote. That's where it was. It sounded vaguely familiar. I wasn't certain.
I wonder where the best place to bury my loot is. I'm like a squirrel with that.
Yeah, I love the spec so far. Awe is huge. Absolute goat of a skill. I really want that armor with more points than all. Came back to my ears being blown out. It was for a good cause. It was for a good cause. I mean, I get that. It'd be nice to have more specific reward or something obtainable. Now the fight him isn't fun. Would be cool. Okay, here's the thing with that. 1. Did you see the utterly obscene amount of crystals I had from that run from doing all 4 raid bosses? Like, I had a lot of crystals. That was almost 8k crystals. But without doing a ton of elite rooms, without doing a ton of curses, that was a lot of crystals. And you use crystals to do what? To get gear. Additionally, there are dedicated drops for each of the raid bosses. It just so happens they are also obtainable through other means, so that people who don't know about, or haven't done, or can't do the raid bosses don't miss out on pieces of gear. What's the point if all they drop is literal trash to be gotten by just doing a basic chaos trial, dick? Okay, listen, PSG. I'm gonna forgive you for coming into my chat being an entitled piece of shit and then insulting me. This once. Some people like playing games for gameplay. Okay? This is your one and only strike. You may thank me now.
Think you can make it?
Hi, Kevin. You're a good boy. I swear streamer loot's a real thing. It's not, though. Like, I don't play with high loot luck, and I don't have very good luck with a lot of these bunnies. Like, chat can tell you. Chat can tell you the melee bunny is not kind to me at all. Also, out of that 8k crystals, I didn't get the amulet I was going for. Update, let's go and leave. I think I've seen you get 5 different things I've been farming for the last 2 weeks. The beautiful thing about that, though, is they weren't things I was farming for. So I'm sure you have gotten some things that I want, and vice versa. Glad the developers finally figured out how to make a good endgame. I mean, Borderlands 3 was getting closer, but I really feel like they did knock it out of the park with this one. Hallucinogender. No, that's the worst part. But do you know everything I'm looking for at Me3 King? That's the thing. You never know. It's supposed to just be backpack and bank SCUs that are shared but not ammo? Yes. It gives money a long-term purpose on all of your characters. Borderlands 3 suffers, however, from being the worst entry in the series by far. I don't agree with you. It's okay that we have different opinions there, though. For me, Borderlands 3 is my favorite. Out of the Borderlands games. The final credit's unskippable. You can hold escape or B or circle. Escape on PC, B on Xbox, circle on PlayStation. Down arrow works on PC? Yeah, down arrow makes it go faster. You get more endgame with Mirrors of Mystery? Yeah, Wolf. Super excited about that. Wonderlands has the most launch endgame out of a Borderlands title. Now, Borderlands 3 had the second most launch endgame out of a Borderlands title. And Borderlands 3 had the different core design, I would say, for its endgame distribution. We got takedowns over time. We got one standalone raid boss, whereas Borderlands 2 gave a bunch of standalone raid bosses. None of them were mechanics, but not none. You get the idea.
Heads up, we got company. Nicely done.
Borderlands 2 also had Digipeak, which I firmly believe paved the way for takedowns and Chaos Chamber, which is a very goated gameplay. Hot take, Borderlands 2 wasn't all that great, and Damon Clark was basically carrying the franchise on his back for years. I mean, you won't catch me arguing with that one, homie Data, but, you know, everyone's allowed to have their own opinion, and not everyone needs to like the same things at the end of the day. Also, the Borderlands series is one of those rare series that doesn't have a bad entry. Like, it's less often about which one is best and more which one of these good games you enjoy the most. At least for a lot of people.
Found some of the red stuff. Cracking.
BL3 for endgame on launch had the Torg Arenas and Proving Grounds? Yes. Which is more than Borderlands 1 having no endgame activities, and Borderlands 2 having Vermivorous and a one-day lockout Terramorphous. So, Borderlands 3 did have the second most endgame out of any launch lands title. Chaos Chamber just has it beat, but it was there. Consider BL3 bad entry, that's my opinion, and that's the beauty of opinions. We can all have different ones. For me, Borderlands 3 got over 6,000 hours out of me. As an endgame build crafter, it did basically everything I wanted, and takedowns were amazing. So, that's what I loved. But to each their own. And you are not wrong for agreeing or disagreeing. I think the story is the weakest part. Mind you, is mostly because twins were trying to be good villains, couldn't compete after we had the awesomeness of Jack. Personally, I don't conflate a good villain with a good story. Sure, they can coexist, sure, they can enhance each other, but ultimately, if you remove Jack from BL2, there is absolutely nothing remarkable or special about that story in any way. It's just kind of like, fine. So, I try to separate out story and villain. Fell asleep at my desk, suddenly heard the liquid cooling. That's a nightmare, Rohit. So, let's touch on the Ava hate before we put that to bed. I don't personally think that an annoying teenager being an annoying teenager is bad writing, because guess what? Teenagers are annoying. Additionally, children are not responsible for the bad decisions of adults around them. That's all. Let's move on from that topic. Just so anyone who doesn't know me well is aware, I do not play around with the Ava bad stuff. I find it incredibly cringy. And you're not gonna have me agree with you, so probably better to just change topics there. Which class do you think I like the most if I enjoyed Amara in BL3? I think Spore Warden might be up your alley. Spore Warden has a capstone that has makes your bullets ricochet, kind of like Amara's indiscriminate skill. That was a very big part of Amara's identity at endgame. So you get that vibe from there. Spell Shot has a lot of Amara flavor in general gameplay, so maybe you do a Spell Shot Spore Warden and try to be as Amara as you can. Initially chose Clawbringer because the elemental stuff and the orb kill kind of remind me of Remnant Orbs. Yeah, so Blastomet's favor, that orb thing, I'm just gonna tell you right now, it's not a good skill. I just have it there because it's an amount of damage. Remnant was insane damage. Blastomet's favor is like no damage. So it's not gonna quite tickle that fancy for you. But in terms of just boosting elemental numbers a lot, yeah, sure, Clawbringer does that. When Spellshot Berserker be more Amara-like, it really depends on which part of Amara you're going for. Things that we associate with previous playable characters are kind of spread across these characters, along with completely new things. Her class is Graveless Claw? Yes. Honestly, the only complaint about the Borderlands series is the lack of content for the pre-sequel. Yeah, it's a tragedy. Unfortunately, the studio went under, so they weren't able to deliver all the Season Pass content. Hate to see it. But no chance of that happening again, so that's good. Just trying to melee and build those things out of my way. Possibly meteors from the sky. I really enjoy Stabomancer Berserker for melee build. Swinging around a greatsword, it's a lot of fun. That's a chaotic ×3 Ludite. It's non-elemental. I guess I'll take it, but like, why has it gotta be non-elemental? Gotta say, I enjoy you have different takes from me. New perspectives are always good. Yeah, exactly, Pico. Like, it's kind of a lost art. You know, people gonna people. But with harmless things like video games, disagreeing is fun because you get different angles, you get different context, and I don't know, I feel like a healthy mix of perspectives when it comes to things like, you know, video game characters and video game balance and music and things like that. In matters of things other than life and death, a mix of perspectives is good. Spellshot Stabmancer with the right armor can be hilarious for a melee build? Yeah, it certainly can be. Definitely. Non-elemental gun that isn't Jacob's. Well, Jacobs isn't even in this game, technically. Technically is Black Powder. But, no, being that guy aside. Non-elemental is just less common as a whole, even among Black Powder weapons. And, it's interesting, because non-elemental is more powerful in this game than previous games. It no longer has any elemental penalties, whereas before, it had that armor penalty. And we didn't have intense difficulty making elemental matchups the way they are. Also, the elemental table as a whole was just kind of restructured for this game. Each thing's got one thing it's really good against, one thing it's somewhat worse against, and then the rest where it's slightly negative. Which is definitely different from how previous games work. So, it's hard to conflate the value of non-elemental with where it came before, but I think it was a good decision just giving more manufacturers more elements. Better for balance, better for flavor. Apparently Malawan is in the Tabletop Wonderlands is a Malefactor. It's Malefactor. Yes. In Tabletop Bunkers and Badasses, it is Malefactor. That's a good ring. Melee go burr, yeah. Is any particular reason doesn't seem to be a Mal 1 equivalent in this game? Just most people hated how Mal 1 guns work. I don't think most people hated how Mal 1 guns worked in BL3 Hallucinogender. I think maybe that's a bit of projection. There's a lot of people who complained about Mal 1 guns because they were different. So then in the first week of the game, Gearbox made all the charge speeds faster, and then they all felt fine. But I think it's more because they spread out, elemental, like, weapons rolling as elemental. It's just more common. You see fewer things that are non-elemental. I think at that point, there's no longer really a reason for Mal 1 because it didn't have a gimmick. They didn't want element swapping as a mechanic because element matching, probably because of the intense difficulty system. So I think they just wanted to rebalance how people looked at the elemental rock, paper, scissors thing, and Mal 1 no longer had place because of that. Now, there are still weapons that charge up across multiple manufacturers. There's, of course, still elemental weapons. There's weapons with high status effects. Those things were kind of folded into other places. Just like how the Atlas gimmick of tracker darts, you can find that on some Stoker stuff and some Skulldugger stuff. Tracking bullets. So nothing was lost. It was more of a reorganization. Ouch. Don't you leave. Almost died in Nightmare. Ugh. Those sticky shotguns come in an element? They do. They do. Kind of a chance you think I should look for in a good Clawbringer build. Elemental stuff is really nice. Action skill active, action skill start. Clawbringer can spam action skills very effectively with Storm Dragon's Judgment, which is very nice. You just throw the hammer and you recall it instantly. Very fast cooldown. Look at that, about 7 seconds, 8 seconds. And that's with very little invested into ability cooldown. Not entirely related, but Wonderland's the first game where I've actually generally quite liked Dahlia guns. Really, I feel like I've always liked Dahlia guns. They just, their whole thing is they feel good to shoot, you know? Might be thinking early on in BL3 I played and released and didn't play again for years. Yeah, they took the whole manufacturer after like a week, and then they just made them all charge faster. Time 16, Dagger Storm, Chaotic. We'll take it. It's not elemental, but something. Loving my Spellshock Greyborn playthrough. Hey, I'm glad Ace turned, Johnny. Glad you're having a good time. Pretty happy the lack of returning weapons, to be honest. That was something we were at before launch. Yeah, and a lot of things that did return were reworked into something new. Like the Twister is a spell. The Hellfire is a spell. And that's a fun way to bring an old thing back. Sword Explosion came back, and unfortunately it fell prey to exactly what I said returning weapons would, where they either are not good enough and people will never say the end of it, or they're just more of the exact same in a very boring way. And Sword Explosion is terrible. It's like, it's just not good. But that's what happens. I think Dahl is the most reliable gun if you're coming from other FPS games. Definitely the most snappy feeling compared to other FPS stuff, I suppose. Yeah, snappy, that'd be the right word, I think. Dahl's always felt like that boring but reliable manufacturer to me. Yeah. Do dice affect bunnies? They do. Dice effect, any source of loot you're going for. Lightning Clawbringer. Take it, but not the element I want. I think the thing I never usually like with Doll is that they never used to do very much special on average besides being a fairly good gun. One of these days, if you're feeling adventurous, Hallucinogender, and you can like grab it on sale or something, maybe boot up BL3. They ended up adding a lot of interesting Dahlia stuff, or Doll stuff to BL3. Weapons that had, you know, they had the traditional Doll hallmark of feel good to shoot, but they also did some cool stuff.
Is it possible I'm...
And of course there's old favorites like the Hornet. Hornet had some subtle stuff going on. Like Hornet being a splash gun really affected which kinds of builds liked it. And Hornet felt very faithful to BL2 in that game. That was cool. Opinions on a Deathless Graveborn build? So the thing with the Deathless build in this game is there's a few mechanics, a few attacks from certain... This is trying so hard. From certain things that they bypass your ward bar and go right to your health. And if you're running a Deathless build, you only have the one health point, so those attacks and mechanics and areas will just insta-kill you. And there's an entire room in the Chaos Chamber, the Mimic Room, where large sections of the floor are that. The Drill boss fight, large section of the floor is that. Dragonlord and Banshee each have attacks that cause that. The Maker has attacks that cause that. There's actually a couple other Chaos Chamber maps that have small sections of that void thing. But basically there's lots of areas in the game where no matter how much ward you have, you just get one-tapped with a Deathless. So for that reason, I'm personally not interested in Deathless. But I'm sure I'll work my way around to it eventually. One thing I wish was a thing in these games is guns other than the type manufacturer usually makes. Love to see a black powder heavy gun that's literally just an old-timey cannon. I do like when they kind of break molds like that. Yeah. There's some things like that in this game, though. Hallucinogender. For example, Torg is not a melee manufacturer, but there is one Torg manufactured melee weapon in this game, and that is the Ragnarok. It is a Torg manufactured weapon, even says it on the card. So, there's at least one in this game. I just installed Wonderlands. Anything I should know before playing? Have an open mind. Remember, it's Wonderlands, not Borderlands. And they made that decision to have it as a separate IP for a reason. That reason being it gives them much more creative license. They can just do things that that you wouldn't see in Borderlands, or that would be considered too risk-taking, or they can step away from systems we do associate with their other games, because they can be like, hey, this is different, and I like it. I like that a lot.
Think you can make it?
Here, 1 second. So yeah, that hiccup in the stream earlier was totally because of weather in this area. Second elemental bonus and chance to give your Claw Graveborn its big damage. So the biggest thing causing my damage right now, House by the Cemetery, is I'm running Awe. And the way Awe works is it's post-add crit chance. So that crit chance, basically it gets slapped on the end of your formula. After everything else has been added and multiplied, this gets thrown on there. Meaning, Clawbringer, Spect, and Awe have the highest consistency in hitting crits in the entire game. With the exception of Stabomancers from the Shadows action skill. So what this means is, basically, I'm always getting benefit from my crit damage bonuses. And I have spell crit damage, shotgun crit damage, I have ability crit damage over here. And then, of course, I am using bonus elements. I have the Body Runes Fire bonus element, going on all my damage after I get a kill. I have Oath of Fire going on my gun. I have Oath of Thunder going on my melee attacks. So, I have all of those. Am I boosting those with the enchantments as well? Yes. But, the main source of power is the things being boosted rather than the boosts themselves, if that makes sense. Why can't we get Torg to teach us Magic Missile? Magic Missile. Magic Missile? Maybe. You know, maybe that's a DLC storyline or something. That's another thing this game did really well. I did not really care much for the way they utilized Torg in Borderlands 3. I thought that, someone made the point in chat earlier that characters sometimes just felt like caricatures of themselves in BL3. And Torg was, to me, one of the biggest examples of that. But Torg feels awesome in this game. I fucking love Torg in Wonderlands.
Let's see. If I'm here, then that means... Wait, what does that mean?
Let's see how you handle it.
Like, his little section of the main story. Mwah. I won't give spoilers, because I know there's a couple of people in chat just starting, but Torg is great. The thing with making a weapon is that the manufacturer usually makes requires completely new models and animations. Yeah, all that stuff. Do I have health bug on this run? I feel like I have health bug on this run. I don't think my hammer should be... You know, let's just reset this. Sometimes you do get a bug where, despite being on Chaos 20, you don't get Chaos 20 health. You have Chaos 0 health. And it can be hard to tell when you've got an established build. It's like, you know, am I just cracked? But sometimes it just doesn't apply the health. How do you guys identify things like double dipping post-side crits and stuff? Testing. Look at damage number, reverse engineer based on your stat bonuses and what the card says. Test. Some of it comes from looking into the attributes and values used in the game. But yeah, it depends on the game, depends on the thing. It's really a very scientific process. And we got a lot of great minds in the community who work on that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's not right. I'm safe quitting. What class combo do you recommend to be good with snipers? Tend to like playing a sniper build, not sure what works well for it here. So, these kinds of games have since stepped away from, hey, this class has a bonus for this weapon type in the tree. They stopped doing that, and I think that's a good thing. It allows any player to use any weapon without feeling like, hey, I'm missing out on this. Ooh, last rights, love this gun. I have a volatile I'm using on this save, but this gun's great. In terms of using guns in general, to greatest effect, I'd say Spell Shot. It's got the most gun damage bonuses. So, like, if you want to make each individual shot do, like, strong, probably Spell Shot Spore Warden would be the gun combo. When your saves, yeah.
Come on.
Sometimes, you know, you need to snag a save to use as a mule. Pretty much everything in that save list, aside from 4 of them, is just someone else's save that I use as a mule. Last rights? Yeah, Gwen. It's really good. Here, I'll use last rights a little bit. I got a volatile last rights. I think ricochets of that gun are brilliant. I really like them as well. Enemies running away from me. Oh, thanks, Wyvern. Wyvern killed that enemy. Red Hellion, when I first saw it, I thought they brought the Butcher in. A lot of people thought that. Ended up not being the Butcher, and I'm glad. I'm glad. I guess we go Nasty Spell. I'm gonna hate this run. My first Lands game on PC. Let's go. It's definitely an experience.
Somewhere out there, there's loot for the taking.
Yeah, look at those ricochets. Killed that enemy before I killed that one. Lovely. I barreled myself with that hammer.
It's a little bit goes down trick.
Heck, waiter not having Doom sound effects is said though. Yeah, I was a little disappointed in that, I'm gonna be honest. I had been hoping for at least the pickup sound. You know when you picked up a Hellwalker in BL3, it would play like the extended riff. I was hoping for that, but no dice. Hope they give us a new rarity in DLC, some extra rare stuff. But there's already extra rare stuff. Volatile is a 1.41% drop rate. And unlike, say, Pearlescent rarity, volatile rarity items are actually good. So, like, why?
You absolute savage. I love it.
They could even name one of the future Chaos tiers. They could just name it Pearlescent. Would that make people happy? Nothing stopping them from doing that.
Well, don't you look feisty. I've got a bow. Here we go. Oh, did I forget to bring my bullet bill again?
Something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Copped a volatile gelatinous cube yesterday. Definitely holding that for the eventual buff. The dot value on that's really big, Charlie. Have you looked at that? I'm feeling like a status effect build could really take advantage. Yeah, I'll pet the pet for you, David. Please, more ads in Chaos Chambers. It depends on the enemy type. So, like, it's a delicate economy, I imagine, because more enemies means balance changes. Because things like the Berserker Capstone, which gives you massive amounts of duration and cooldown per kill, well, that gets more value with more enemies. Things like Spore Warden's Ricochet Capstone, more value. And then it throws off the amount of crystals we get from activities. I'm sure they don't want us getting that many crystals per run without taking a ton of curses. But, like, if they were to give, say, 20% more density, you know, let's start with a small number, 20% more density in a room, well, that really throws off our crystal totals. So, in many cases, it could be solved by better enemy AI, and there's some situations where I do think some density could help. But it would kind of open the door to other things having to be reworked as well. So I think a start would be increasing aggression on certain enemy types. So, like, for example, zombies, crabs, goblins. They're likely to run away from you instead of towards you.
Do you hear something?
I had a kitty the whole time.
There's a Kevin near you.
I have two. We got Kevin right here. He likes to hang out right behind my chair while I stream. You can see that's his paw. Also have Jake. He doesn't really show up often while I'm streaming. But yeah, I have two cats. They're reflected in some of the emotes. There's 2 bits emotes. The gray one is Kevin, the black one is Jake. I suppose Jake is really more of a dark gray. Kevin's a light gray. But they're good boys. They're very sweet. I got them both at the same time, but they're both shelter cats. Kevin's a rescue from a very, very shitty group of people who I hope have unimaginable horrors inflicted on them. But he's better now. And Jake was a kitten who just, like, I walked by him in the shelter and he would not shut up. So I ended up taking both of them home. Ooh, the 5 cats? Oh. Cats are great. Hey, Stoneman, how you doing? Nasty Spill is so aggressive. When I get a Maine Coon, last place I lived had a neighbor with this Maine Coon who, so this cat really just wanted to project this front of being this alpha cat. Like, she really just wanted to flex on everyone. But she was secret, just like the sweetest. Wonder what happened to that cat. Yeah, I'm very much a cat person. You know, I was gonna get a second tattoo, a non-cat related one, but then, you know, obviously 2020 happened, so didn't end up pulling the trigger on that. I've been meaning to go revisit that, but my tattoo I do have is I have the paw print of my cat who passed away. I haven't his actual, like, they paw printed for me. I have that on my shoulder. It helped a lot with, you know, the grieving process. Ooh. Nasty Spill is, my GPU is not a fan of Nasty Spill. Ugh. Need another tattoo? Yes. You just love both equally? Yeah. No need to define yourself by one or the other. I also love dogs. I've just never had you know, to take care of a dog friend. I've only had cats. But I get along great with dogs as well. Not everything's a zero-sum game. Good advice. Yo, Tom Nasty, thank you for the 2 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Well, I do have my wife's allergic to dogs. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Barrels, am I right, chat? Did you realize Queen's Cries is a legendary version of the Birthright? Yes. There's the alert. We indeed. Something I like is each unique has a legendary counterpart. What is the counterpart for the Last Rites? Needs to be exceptions? Ah, okay. Oh, haven't gotten Parasite yet today. So let's chuck some Hydras and see how bad we can bully Parasite. Nice. Got the Dragon Lord items yet, pulled the Skull and Chaotic, still not great. I haven't used either of those items yet, I just haven't bothered to claim them or anything. Ability damage, area damage, ability crit chance. That's not bad. It's on a Deathless, I don't really fuck with the Deathless. Chaotic Salmon, another non-elemental salmon. Sag. With Rampage, yeah, that's garbage. Run a volatile liquid cooling? Yes. Drill is chaotic, volatile legendaries have different sounds to regular. Yeah, the loot beam and the sound of the drop are both different. You could argue Wizard's Pipe's a legendary counterpart to Drill's Legacy, but yeah. That's right, secretly legendary. Cool, let it be enchanted then. Ability damage, spell crit chance, spell radius, dark magic efficiency. If that had some crit damage stuff on it, I'd consider using it. But nope, Sag. More amulets. In summary, Parasite's mechanics are 1 spawn, 2 drop loot. I mean, it attempts to leech your health. Doesn't often live long enough, but it attempts. Frost damage on a joint training, but it's not the right class. Pain, Sag, suffering. I have to ask, is there not a spell that makes your character say Lightning Bolt like in Dragon Keep? There doesn't seem to be, but I imagine people would get annoyed with that, as people did get annoyed with that. In fact, I have seen people complain about how chatty characters are. So you don't say Lightning Bolt. There's Lightning Bolts, you just don't say Lightning Bolt. What do the two top numbers mean at the end of Chaos Chamber runs? It's how you did compared to other people who got the exact same seed that you did. So I was what? Was I top 2 or top 5 there? I don't know which. I don't remember. I already forgot. But for this particular seed. So it's just comparing to people who had the same run that you did. Dark magic. So, it's dark magic instead of fire damage. I think I still take that. I don't get the all damage. I get more Clawbringer power, though. That's so much all damage to lose, though. 22.9 is so much. Ugh. And I lose fire damage, but I gain a bit of dark magic damage. Now, I suppose with this, instead of a dark magic salmon, I would want a fire salmon. But that one's my rampage one. That sucks. I can try to roll the one I have. Try to roll one of these to fire instead of dark magic. Yeah, that's workable. It's workable. There's an option to turn off character chatter. There is. Character callouts. It's in one of the menus. I think the Wonderlands Discord should have a channel that's titled I don't use the Buffmeister bug for people trying to play co-op. Oof. yeah. Buffmeister, I would rather it just go. What does high tolerance do? Elemental. Elemental. Okay, elemental. I don't remember which quest this is from. Ale like the drink. What's the Buffmeister bug? So aside from the Buffmeister just being incredibly overpowered, and just a balance problem unto itself, when using it with the ambidextrous action skill, if you put a Buffmeister in the bonus slot granted by ambidextrous, it checks the base damage of the other spell. Meaning, instead of a Buffmeister having a base damage value of like 200, you can make it have a base damage value of like 6,000.
Think you can make it?
Oh yeah, hang on, I was gonna reroll first. Want action skill active fire damage, if I can manage that. There we go, beautiful. The game was kind with enchant rerolling for once. Oh, I have fire damage here already. Okay, that's fine. I forgot I have that on there. So I want to reroll. What do I take then? Shit. Do I roll that one to Dark Magic? Do I roll this one back to Dark Magic? Oh, I didn't look at my spell enchant. The game wasn't being kind to me. It was conning me. They say elemental damage on that slot's good, though. Okay, let me take that. Then I can switch this for Dark Magic. Okay, this is why I keep so many body runes on me. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it. Just shuffled them around, but same result.
Choose, Fate Maker.
Bugmeister, yeah. Got a near perfect, if not perfect, amulet for my Spore Claw build, aside from not having Skeep. Fire damage, 4-1 power, all damage, reload speed, double all damage, that would be great too. Yeah. If I can get all damage on an appropriately rolled joint training, that's definitely best for this build. Because the Wyvern and the Demi-Lich and the Hydras are going to run around critting things, which is going to increase my crit damage. I already feel like I'm hitting way harder. Might be confirmation bias, though. Might not be. Yeah, this feels nice. Does Body Rune Daddy drop? It's one of the raid bosses. Yes, one of the raid bosses where people complain they don't have Daddy drops. Yes. One of the raid bosses is the source for Body Rune, which is arguably the best ward in the game.
You must be lost. Let me show you the way out.
Getting convinced that my game amulets don't roll all damage. I rarely get them, to be honest, but yeah. That's one of the reasons why Warkanar's amulet's so good. It always rolls those stats. It's fixed rolls. The only thing that changes is whether it's volatile or chaotic. Or not. I don't know what Stream Elements is trying to do there, Kyler, and I'm scared. Maybe change the command from items to something else.
I believe there's a Kevin.
Hey Lyman, how you doing? Kevin, is that you down there or is that Jake? No, Kevin's there. That's Jake. Jake is by my lamp. Kevin's behind me. I'll pet the Kevin. Kevin's a good boy. Hope you're doing well today. Remember some rookie questions? Always, hit me.
Here's something. I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Is a Kevin near me? So on Buffmeister, the Bonk's melee, Zap is lightning damage. No, Zap is spell damage. Zap is spell damage. Bonk is melee, Zap is spell, Ka-Chow is ability, Q is gun stuff. Exclamation point Buffmeister, Gazgul, has the full functionality. Credit to CZ for the write-up. You know Spellblade can trigger Blast Gasp? Blast Chill, yes. Blast Gasp, I'm told it cannot. The damage source is still melee, it just also scales with spell damage in its formula. Which means it is still not a spell, it just gets spell damage bonuses. There's no Echo Cast anymore. There's no Twitch extension for this game at this time. Hopefully they develop something in the future. They've not given a statement one way or another, though. With the icon for extra... Oh, with the icon for extra life, it's this one. It's this one right here. This one, Lyman. Different icons mean when you move from encounter to encounter. Butt Stallion, Dragon Lord, 2 chest icons. So the Butt Stallion one brings you to a room like this, where at the end, Butt Stallion will buff one of your skills from a skill tree. So she gave me 2 Faithful Thralls that did this. I now have 5 out of 3 in that. Dragon Lord will send you to a room with the Dragon Lord, where at the end you have to choose a curse, which curses increase your crystal gain, but they change your gameplay. They're effectively mayhem modifiers. Then you have this golden chest room, which just sends you to a room where you get loot at the end. And then there's the crystal chest room, which you get crystals at the end. Hardest hitting skill ability so far, probably Blast Gasp, the Graveborn ability. This one right here. Be it that or Blast Chill. Are ASA elemental damage enchants like extra bonus damage? No, they are not bonus, they are increases to what you already have. So they don't grant you that element, homie data, they just increase instances of that element that are there already.
How impressive I am! Oh, right, I will. Carry on. Nothing like a job well done. Hmm?
Does Blast Gas proc when you use a spell that must not be named? No, it does not. Sorry, missing answer number 1. Which one was number 1? Oh, well, I hovered over it for a bit. But it's the heart one. It's the heart, is the extra life one. So if you see this thing, the one that's a heart instead of that, that's the extra life.
On to the next one.
Thanks, you're very welcome. Fucking barrels. Bad ad timing. What do you say about Spellblade and Blast Gasp? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Quinn. So Spellblade is still considered melee, it just scales with spell damage additionally. So the damage source is still melee, meaning it will trigger Blast Chill, the one that triggers off of melee, but not Blast Gasp, despite the fact that, you know, it scales with spell damage. Interestingly, the Mage Staff shockwaves trigger Blast Gasp, but not Blast Chill. Now, I don't know if the actual physical impact of bonking the staff part into the enemy will trigger Blast Chill or Gasp, but I know the shockwaves do Gasp.
Charming as ever, bonehead.
Thank you, you're very welcome. And Lyman, thank you for the 100 bits, I appreciate it. Wasn't necessary, but it is appreciated.
I wonder what the gods were thinking. Thinking so many skills and everyone else.
Yeah, this joint training is, that damage is nuts. Joint training plus awe is a game changer. This is the extra life Lyman, if you're still looking. This one. Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for taking care of Gwen. I appreciate it. 242 on the channel. You're a legend. Gwen, enjoy the perks courtesy of Adblock. And thanks for hanging out. You're saying that adding blast to something's name makes it inherently better? It certainly feels that way. Can same enchant stack? No. If I spec Wrath of Nature and get Dire Sacrifice, will it add to all instances of the ability hitting enemies, or just a single instance only? So the first hit, I don't remember if the calculation of applying Wrath of Nature happens for the hit that applies it. It'll definitely apply for the dot placed by Dire Sacrifice, I can tell you that much. But it will get applied to all of them, just whether or not the initial hit benefits, I've not personally tested. Asa probably has, can tell you. Cloud orbs usually end with like 600. It scales up with your chaos level. You get a lot more depending on which chaos level you're on, how many curses you take, how many elite rooms you do, how many bonus objectives you complete. It can vary. Yeah, you can totally kill Celissa without her immune phase. If I stack up enough Echo, I can do that on this build with my current damage output. Very saucy. Not actually tested that, but as some of the Spore Warden guy will do that now. Thank you for testing. See, that's peak Theory Crafter right there. You just sign other people up for testing. Top 2. Nice. Build's coming along. Joint training really helped. Now I really want a better one. Is this liquid cooling? It is. Liquid cooling is particularly synergistic with Clawbringer. Now it's good on everyone, but Clawbringer having awe means I can just body shot and this thing never overheats. I haven't reloaded this liquid cooling a single time today. Not even once. And I've been using it for 5 hours. Chaotic Championship Ring. Gun damage, spell crit. That's a good roll. Also, that Spellblade's not bad either. Echo's ridiculous. Echo's so nice. Well, that was a satisfying sound. Double mag size roll on that. Good luck on this run for whatever reason. Skeep! What's your loot luck at? Let me check. 30k. I realize I'm a lot less reluctant to keep respecking this game as compared to Halo 3. I want to keep trying new things, hopefully come up with something novel. Yeah, that's a lovely feeling, isn't it? First playthrough, I got Liquid Cooling's a world drop before Drill, and it's still good all the way to the final boss fight. Though I was playing Morticulturalist, so didn't get the synergy from Clawbringer. It's still a fantastic weapon on any character, any build. And yeah, that and a playthrough are going to be monstrous. How do class power stats work exactly? So each class power boosts a different thing. So if you go to hero stats, you can see your class power for your two classes up here. If you hover over Clawbringer power, it shows that it boosts your Wyvern Companion's health, your Wyvern Companion's damage, your Cleansing Flames damage, that's the Hammer Bonk action skill, your Storm Dragon's Judgment damage, that's the Hammer Throw. Blasphemous Favor, doesn't help, skill still shit. It boosts your Rebuke damage, which is kind of like a nothing burger, but okay, fine. And it boosts Storm Smite, which is the capstone. And each class gets different value out of their class power. So for Graveborn, for example, it boosts your Demi-Lich Companion, same stuff as it does for Wyvern. It boosts your action skills, and it boosts Dark Hydra and Blast Gasp. So some classes will want it more or less. For example, for Stabomancer, it's probably less impactful than everyone else, because for Stabomancer, it's from the Shadows duration, and your class feat's power, so you'll get more crit chance out of that class feat mult. I think it does something for Ghostblade, but I don't use Ghostblade, so I don't remember. But it does something different for everyone. And the slots you get class power on, you can get one class on your amulet, and then you can get 2 on your armor. 1 or 2 on your armor. Or if you use a blank slate, you get 0. But the first one you roll on your armor will be higher than the second one. Ghostblade damage, there you go. You can hover those. The tooltip doesn't work a lot of the time, so in theory you can hover those. I have a better version of this Luddite, so I'm dropping that one on the ground. Honestly, this Rampage Salmon, I'm just gonna drop that. It's Rampage, it sucks. Let's do one more run, I think. One more run. I know it's a little overtime for me, but I'm feeling one more. Seems it does not apply to the hit that applies it. Okay, so when playing Dire Sacrifice, Wrath of Nature, keep in mind that the initial hit won't apply it. But something you can do is you can run Storm Smite, and Storm Smite is ability damage. So you can use Storm Smite to apply Wrath of Nature, and that should happen right before the Dire Sacrifice hits. So you can do that. Sad you can't mail stuff to people anymore. It's a little inconvenient at times to trade items without that. Fortunately, though, we did get full crossplay, which allows people to distribute items easily that way, or more easily, to get them across platforms. And additionally, if development resources had to go to something else, I'm okay with that. Mail was ultimately minor, although it was nice. Dark Hydra's great for it. It's 3 classes. Oh, right, yeah. Ha! Brain rot. I'm in Clawbringer mode. I'm in Clawbringer mode, Asa. Everything is through the lens of Clawbringer today. But, yeah. Whoopsie. Yeah, you could use Dark Hydras. Dark Hydras will do it. Blast Gasp will do it. Critical Connoisseur on Clawbringer, yes please. If you're using the capstone, your ricochets from that, apply it. There's lots of ways. Rip default shift player. They were a real one. They were the realest. Seeing Claw almost everywhere now. Does the least amount of damage class. So it wasn't immediately visible. And a lot of the reason why these things go in waves, Dominic, is one person will highlight something and then another person will be like, hey, I wonder what I can provide to that. My unique take. So these things happen in waves. The same thing that happened with the liquid cooling becoming popular. Remember the first couple days of the game where people were adamant that the only things that had DPS were ×4 cryo SMGs. And then some of us were like, hey, you try liquid cooling? And word got around. So Clawbringer, theory crafters have been looking at Clawbringer trying to see where the damage is, and turns out it was there, just not in a straightforward way. You have to interpret a skill in a different way for Clawbringer's damage to become apparent. And now that that's been done, it's getting a little more popularity. There's also people who've been playing Claw the entire time. As far as I know, D2H and Vanderforge have both been playing Claw the entire time. Lazy started playing Claw very early as well. I know Pyrek's been playing Clawbringer since the beginning. Asa's been playing Claw the whole time. It might be one of those things where you're noticing it more. Finding that all as a flat bonus is fucking huge, yeah, for sure. Hey Rexy, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope things are treating you well. Really need to fix the loot luck bug? Yeah, I'm hoping for that in the first patch. You're using Village Idiot? I think so. Yeah. Village Idiot. It's just easy crit damage. Now, there's a few saves where I don't have Village Idiot. You're not really missing too much. It is just a DPS increase. Not damage you need, just damage that's nice to have. Hey Felicia, how you doing? In theory, Wrath of Nature on armor piece would just be better for flat damage on a Spore Claw build, but the crit chance is just so fun. Yeah, I think ideally, if you're playing Spore Claw, you go Wrath of Nature on armor, and then you get Awe and Skill Tree with Capstone. Or, it depends on which Capstone you want, because you either spec one and then grab the Capstone in that tree, and then get the other one from armor, or the reverse. So if you want Spore Capstone, I would go Awe on armor. But if you want Claw Capstone, I would go Wrath of Nature on armor. And additionally, there's the argument, if you're going for Spore Capstone, Spore Warden class power is going to be more important as well for that. But you could still get that on your amulet, even if you miss out on it on your armor. So it affects which way you gear a little bit. So from Spore Zerk to Spore Spells, and it's just owning. Hey, I'm glad you're having success with that, Tyler. Does Claw Capstone do significant damage? With investment, it can. It's very nice in mobbing. I don't have much ability damage right now, which I have some myth rank, right? Which tree is up right now? Is it this one? Yeah, let's put another point in ability damage. I'm starting to flesh that out. It's one of those things that requires investment, but when you apply some bonus elements to it, get some good stats on your gear, it can clean up mobs, especially with AUG making like everything you do crit. And that's nice to have. Back with Scope. What's up, Micro? Headhunter and Play the Angles are too nice to not get, I feel like. Play the Angles is good, but think about it this way. Enemy density isn't really high enough for Play the Angles to ever be more noticeable than just shooting the 2 enemies yourself. And Play the Angles does nothing in single target, whereas Claw Capstone does something in single target. Not a huge amount, but it's something. There's a build out there that's just infinite spells, kind of like infinite nades or thing in BL3. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that with lots of setups. Spell Shot kind of lets you do it with a wider variety of spells thanks to the capstone. But both Spell Shot and Graveborn get a lot of cooldown bonuses in their tree. So if you use a spell with a very short cooldown, you can spam them quite a bit. Spell Shot Graveborn would probably be the class combo you're going for. Because that's the most possible cooldown. Barrels. Are there comms that roll awe? Yes. Spell Shot primary, Claw secondary, I believe was the roll.
Behold my stuff! Slowly with a constant pain.
Hey Danny Dead, how you doing?
Now then, broken build.
What are you? Stormclaw. I'll take it.
Hardly a challenge. Cool your head.
Like, that was Storm Smite that did half that badass's health. And that's with very little ability damage. It's handy spreadsheet. Yeah, also made a spreadsheet. It is, we have a command for it. I think it might be exclamation point armor. It's also pinned in the Discord. The weapons changed? What do you mean by that? I'm good, how are you? I'm doing great, doing great. Nice chill stream. Just fought the green boss for the first time, I got rocked. Yeah, Barkenstein can be very punishing.
Oh no! Evildoers! Whatever shall I do?
It bullied me a couple times today. Yeah, that was Storm Smite, just killed that enemy. Love to see it. Skills? I'm still not sure of the question. Are you asking if they changed anything in the game today? No, they didn't. We did not receive an update today. In terms of if I've changed anything, this is the first time I've streamed Clawbringer gameplay. So, this is the first time I'm showing Clawbringer. So, it's a different setup entirely. Does the applied debuff from Barrage count as action skill active? So the debuff has no interaction with that, Rohith, but action skill active enchants will start when you use Barrage. Playing Grim Dawn? Is it good? I have never played Grim Dawn. I have no idea. That was a big chunk. We probably could have one-cycled Dragon Lord if I was paying closer attention.
Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Who's up for some fun? Hope you finished your bucket list.
Is Boss in BL2 DLC? No. No. What do you think is better, a Pixie or 3 Hydras? I'd go with 3 Hydras, if given the choice. You went invisible, Dragon Lord, but I like your energy. Fastest way to level up a second character is main story. You're gonna have to go through the main story to unlock Chaos Chamber and all your gear slots anyway, Tyler. So I'd say go through that, and then you can finish off the rest of your XP with some overworld stuff. Grabbing the shrines, grabbing the loot dice, and that'll put you in a good position to have the loot luck and stats you need for the game. Also, remember that doing a quest will unlock the quest reward for that quest in vending machines as a potential item of the day. So, stuff like this last right shotgun that I really like, that'll pop up in the machine if I've done that quest on that character. I'm glad this fight took me a couple tries to get down, kept dying to the stupid poison thing. The timing on it can be tricky, yeah. Is that true for every quest item? I have not seen any exceptions yet. So any, like, unique blue quest item, it does pop up in the vendor later, or at least have a chance to. You die to a raid boss, you lose the run, you lose the run. You have a favorite quest item? Probably this one, Last Rites. It's a really fun shotgun if you've not tried it. It ricochets to nearby enemies when you shoot it. And that's really, really good for mobbing. I would like it a little more on this character if I had more fire rate. So if you can get a setup with high fire rate, this will really do work for you in groups of enemies. Hey, Simple Rick. Thank you so much for the Prime, for the 10 months. I appreciate it. Which quest is that one from? It's from the one with the ghosts. Where you're laying a ghost to rest, and it's like a couple. I forget the name of that one.
So squishy and gross.
Is this Magic the Meeting? Yes. There's the alert.
Hey, Happy Claw.
Yes, cat, you are a cat, and I appreciate your cathood.
Don't worry, I'm sure the next goon will have...
Oh no, I don't have enough time. I only have energy drinks and...
You can do it, Gloop. Don't send them directly into the ground. What are you doing? Gloop. Why are you like this?
That one's mine! Don't touch the loot!
Damage! Been widely ignoring the quest reward weapons, oops. Some of them are pretty great. Some of them are pretty great. I forgot I hit yellow. Okay.
Fly on you, Billy! Take aim!
Yeah, yeah.
Not new, but I'll complete this step.
Oh, there's my ammo. There we go. Time Force Workins or Knots, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. 20,000 years under the sea. Thank you, Felicia. You know how the Slam and Salmon can stack 5 poison dots? Can all 5 dots proc the on poison dot damage 15% for poison explosion armor? I haven't tested that yet, Dominic, but that's something I was thinking about. I was thinking about that a lot. I think it's the way I play. I tend to keep weapons for longer than I perhaps should and swap out when I start seeing the damage fall off, but I keep finishing quests when my weapons feel good. That could be it. That would make a lot of sense. The insane thing. Like Goblin Repellent, good damage and homing shots, carry me through 15 levels. Ooh, I'll have to use that on my next one. I do not remember that one. Probably didn't use it. Too many items, not enough space. They gave us more backpack in this game, but also I care about more items. So it's a really weird combination. What's your loot look at? 30k. 30,000. Volatile Harbinger. I mean, like, I guess I have to take it because it's volatile, but like, eh. Finally, have a build that can clear the kill enemies with melee damage cast chamber objective. What is this luxury? It's so nice, isn't it? I love my melee build for that one. Because I'll just be playing the game and be like, oh, bonus, what was it? I have no idea. I suppose I should take that skeep, as much as I wasn't going to. Having one in case I decide to use a skeep on this build. Relevant. Is there a cap to the purple coins? The crystals for in the run? No. No cap. There's a cap to your moon orbs, if you mean that, but no. Chaos Chamber crystals are not capped. At least, not anywhere that I've seen. If there is one, then it's like 100,000 or more. Probably. Okay. Should be pretty good on Stavo, because it increases the max potential bonus from dots. So the thing about that, Dominic, be aware, a bug that I've seen reported is that apparently the Slam and Salmon dots do not benefit from status effect damage increases. I've not tested myself, but that's what I've seen reported. Hey, Ultra Christie. How's the Wonderlands endgame? Fantastic. I've been doing Chaos Chambers on repeat for 5.5 hours. And it's amazing. It's lovely. It is wonderful. So can you get any drop from those rabbit things? There's a few drops that are dedicated only that you can't get in there. And you can't get quest rewards. But yeah, for the most part. Sounds great. Need your perspective to decide on the buy. If you happen to go for it on Epic Games Store, !Wonderlands, you know, my affiliate link, I get compensation. And also, if you go for Chaotic Great, you do get the Knights of Butt Styling cosmetic pack on top of the season pass and all that stuff. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. And yeah, in terms of what's my playtime on Wonderland so far? Well, according to the Epic launcher right now, which doesn't update while the game's open, I don't think. I have 9 days. Sorry, 8 hours, 8 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes. Sorry. Left your game open overnight so far? No. No, I haven't. Well, once I left it and I fell asleep for about 3 hours. So, inflated by like 3 hours. But that playtime does not include my pre-launch playtime. Like, this is just my playtime on the retail copy, not on my review copy or the early build copy. It's wild. How does math look in this game build-wise so far? Absolutely cursed. We were hoping the damage formula would be more simple. Or, nope, it's less simple. It's crazy. It's cursed. But builds are already getting pretty crazy, so I like it a lot. Anyway, I want to play some Godfall today, so I'm gonna end it. I'm gonna call stream here. Thank you guys so much for supporting. Thank you for all the raids. So many people raided in today, and I really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone hanging out. All the gifted subs, the bits, the resubs, chatting, lurking. Y'all are amazing. Tomorrow I will be live with even more Wonderlands. I'm gonna keep tuning this Claw build. I really like this Clawbringer build. And now that we know where Claw's damage comes from, the class is cracked wide open, and we'll see some crazy stuff with it. So let's see where we can raid, where we can bring the love. See who's still live at the moment. For the raid message, we'll do copy that. Copy that. That'll be the message. As for where we're going, Gearbox is live, but maybe I'll not do that. I don't want to pressure or anything. K6 is still on, but I'm not sure for how long. Is this KS20? Yes, it says so in the title. Pascaroni's on, Scarlet's on, she's doing Fortnite stuff. You guys know me. When I can't decide who to raid, we raid Lazy Data. So go ahead and copy that raid message. I will see you guys over there. Shocking. Shut up, Priz. Get deleted, nerd. Y'all are great. Thank you once again. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Yeah, are these just all gonna hit the ground?